I appear to be live. Excellent. Thank you, Twitch, for bestowing upon me such a blessing as the ability to stream. Let's jump right into it. You did it! No more zombies to worry about. God damn it. Ah! We've got 2 scream-worthy events today. Thank you, Norlex. I appreciate the donation. Thank you. Which of our 3 would you like to put it towards over here? This will be relevant again when we're done with 1 to 60. So this isn't actually going to be relevant for a while, but it will be relevant when we get there. Now just think, if this was Legion, this would be relevant even now on like a level 3. We could be doing transmog right now. Hey, Baronessa. Hey, Mind Blast. Hey, King Bubble. Haven't seen Baronessa in forever. Holy crap. Hello, Zarin. You did it! No more zombies to worry about. Let's pause a moment in silence for the stinky departed. Okay, done. Gotta tell you, that's a load off of my mind. That is, I won't have to worry about no new zombies coming after my brains. Let me see how much we've got here. This'll do. In fact, it's more than we need. I devised an ingenious idea for a weapon that the boots will be turned into once we get them to Hobart. Hand the powder over. I'll load it into the new Super Booster Rocket Boots. We need to get those boots down to Hobart Grapplehammer. Now that they're infused with the leftover rockin' power, they should have enough thrust to get you all the way there in one shot. When you're ready, activate the boots. Don't worry, they're automatically sent to land you safely. I think. We'll find out. Oh god, 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 oh god. Okay. Okay, we're okay. We're okay. We're just going into a volcano. We're safe. Ish. Oh god. Oh god, look out! Wow. No explosion. There you are. No time to waste. What's wrong with the actuator on the left boot? Volcanoth is a turtle god that the cave of these primitives worship. It's not really a god. He rolls his eyes. But it's tough enough I'm going to have to devise new weapons for you from the one functioning boot we have left. I think the age-old motto of fight fire with fire applies here. Plus, I like fire. Let's get some fire glands from his children. That should give me enough time to modify the boot into something more fitting. Okay. I can do that. Let's go get some fire glands, shall we? Don't worry. I'd quote Ivanova here, but I'm sure most of you would get it. And by which I mean nobody would get it. Damn it. Yeah. Don't worry, guys. If I die on stream, I'm sure in a few hours someone will show up to shut off the stream. %. Drop rates are also... I think we're just kind of casually in the middle of this caldera here. Just, yep. I gotta be honest, Norlix. I don't really have anything else to discuss about Madon. He's dumb and stupid. The end! No, seriously though, we've actually already talked about Madon earlier. And how dumb and stupid he is. No time like the present to be done with the simple task I put before you. Wouldn't you agree? Careful of those glands, careful. learn how to load them into my refashioned shredder boot, I'm certain you'll be surprised and amazed by my genius invention. Took a lot of blood, sweat, and tears, but the Bootzuka, patent pending, is ready for use. Those no good pygmies have been feeding our people to their god, and they're about to unleash it on our town. Go into that cave and kill that thing before it's too late. Let's do it. It might be gone by now, thanks to the whole, Twitch thing. Alright. Let's see if we can't find this thing, shall we? Hey, I'm not genociding anything at the moment. Alright, there it is. Volcanoth. Taste the boot. Oh crap, oh crap. Ah, that's a hell of a breath weapon right there. Hey, call me. Die, volcano. Die. Whoa! Whoa, whoa. Wait a minute. Why is everything on fire all of a sudden? Seriously. So this doesn't feel quite right. Hey, what's up, sassy? Managed to get everything else back to town. Jump in. We gotta get out of here before the volcano blows for good. Hey, ding. Wait. Before we leave, we gotta get a ding in here. It's very important. Very important. And as soon as the things stop going away. Yep. Just taking a selfie in a volcano with the giant ancient thing we just killed. There we go. Alright, where was I? Alright, grab onto the ladder. We'll make a flyby of the town, then I'm gonna get you to some old friends. Alright, let's do it. Yeah. Would you let me in the airplane? Is that an option? Ah! Okay, I'm just gonna... Oh, God, that kind of burned, if I'm honest. Oh, jeez. Should those trees be on fire? Is that a normal thing? I'm sure it's fine. Oh, God. Okay, we're okay. Look, there's trees that aren't on fire. Oh, thank God. What is it with us and getting onto islands that are on fire and exploding? This is the second island in a row the goblins have been on and is exploding. I mean, is it us? Is it just us? Hey, cool ninja. And hey, Raikiri, it's okay. I understand. Yeah, this is also like... Well, I think in lore this is actually like 2 days later, but still. 2 islands and volcanoes exploding in 2 days is pretty impressive of a record there. Today, social, we will be doing goblins and Worgen, which I am sure at least some of you are looking forward to. Actually, that's funny you say that, Rory, because that might actually be literally true. You notice how the goblins tend to have an irreverence for their lives until the moment that's like they're about to die. Then they really freak out and they try to save their lives. But then as soon as they're saved, they're back to normal. Like literally as if their range of immediate perceptive is only like a few minutes into the past and only a few minutes into the future. So this is all that matters. Which is basically exactly what you're saying. Excuse me. Thrall! Kalimog! Kalimog! Oh, hang on. Okay. Apparently I shouldn't say that word. I will talk about the elemental language at some point. I don't really know a great time to talk about it. There's not too much to share. Basically, there are 5 elemental languages. I'll just cover this really brief. There's 5 elemental languages. There's Kalimag, which is the elemental language. It's the one for, like, everything. All elementals speak it. And then there's Ignan and Aaron, I think. Actually, hang on. I'll just look at the list rather than trying to remember here. Hang on. Yeah, I was right. Ignan is the earthen one. Aquan, Terra, and Orin. Those are the 5 elemental languages. I do. I find it interesting personally that each of the elements has their own language in addition to there being an elemental language. That's actually quite fascinating to me. But I think we'll discuss that a little bit later when we start discussing the politics of the elements, because there's a bit of a thing to talk about there. Yes, Starsmaster. Also, we've already done Death Knight, so we're not doing it again, obviously. Anyways. I told you we would meet again, Lifecrawler. Unfortunately, it's under dire circumstances. The Alliance have caught up with us, and just at the wrong moment, my friend. We took care of their ships, but they still have planes that are dropping their vaunted 127th paratroopers. It's all the battle-sworn and scouts can do to hold the 2 ramps against their overwhelming numbers. I'm certain if you were to aid them, the tide would quickly be turned. Hey, Agra. These orcs were murdered in cold blood by Alliance down on the coast. We did nothing to provoke them. Their deaths should not be in vain. Will you bring them justice? There are 3 SI-7 leaders on the beach. Hey, SI-7! It's almost like I knew they were actually here. Gosh. Sorry. They're killing us, Social. I mean, what's the alternative in this case? Okay, we come in peace, and then we die. No, Thrall is fully in the right on this one. The Alliance are quite literally attacking unprovoked here. No, first on the actual naval battle, and then here once we actually get to the island. I mean, seriously. The paratroopers mined the beach! The war chief asked me if there's anything we could do about that. I told him, yeah, you bet we can. I was thinking maybe you could get this satchel of grenades, detonate them from a distance. Oh my god, that is such a goblin way of life. How do you take out a minefield? With grenades. I love that. So yeah, as we discussed yesterday, it's entirely within the realm of possibility that this is all precipitated by the forces of the Twilight Hammer. And in fact, it even makes sense for that to be true. But I gotta be 100% honest, I just don't buy it. There's just too much of these factions. Both of them, again, to make that clear, both the Alliance and the Horde, and that both factions have just been a little bit too eager to kill each other, basically, to put that as nicely as I can. And I can't bring myself to think, oh no, this is just not, this is, the Alliance here are totally innocent. No. The Alliance here are not innocent. The Alliance don't get a get-out-of-jail-free card, any more than the Horde do. The Naru Geneva. He's fine, Bragon, he's fine. In fact, just to name a particular example, one of my favorite examples of definitively the Alliance acting outside of Twilight control. There's a quest in South Barrens, yeah, I know I keep referencing that, where basically the Alliance general, who's a decent folk, is killed by the Horde, just to make that clear, by the Horde player, actually. And his immediate successors say, this is just so goddamn disrespectful. in response to the guy who was trying very hard to maintain some level of peaceful coexistence with the Horde, who happened to be the Supreme General, or, you know what I mean, the Supreme Commander of that particular battlefield. His death, his subordinates say, yep, pretty sure the first thing he'd want to do is kill every Horde bastard he sees. Why don't we go ahead and kill the crap out of all of them? Nod. It's what he'd want. See, yeah, that's the problem, Social Maker. Honestly, Blizzard, the company, has had the tools at their disposal to end the Alliance-Horde dichotomy for years. I mean, seriously, Wrath of the Lich King? The Scourge. And the Old Gods. Technically, at the time, there wasn't really anything bigger than that. I mean, yes, technically there's Sargeras, but that was about as big as it was getting, realistically speaking. They had the tools right there to actually end the war between the two. And they even toyed with us about it. With the Wrathgate. Ah, look, the Alliance and the Horde are finally unifying. Isn't that great? Ah, no, screw you. They're now at war forever. I don't know. Maybe I'm one of those weird, crazy, insane people who thinks that we can have plenty of war without having stupid war. But I've hammered this point into the ground. I don't need to rehash it again. Cataclysm, another great example of a time when we have bigger things to worry about than killing each other. The world is quite literally ending. Ignoring the Twilight's hammer, which has finally revealed itself, and the fact that Deathwing's just kind of flying around, abstractly killing things here and now. Pandaria. Let's go to a continent where literally our negative emotions will quite literally, physically manifest and make war on those shores because death to the other side. What we did there was actually almost as damaging and as stupid, if we understood all the stakes involved, as fighting on the front door of the Lich King. Warlords of Draenor. For some reason, even though peace has finally been declared between the two sides, there's still antagonism between the two sides. Oh, and of course, Legion, which... the Burning Legion's invading, for God's sakes. Why are we fighting each other still? Come on, Blizzard. I would like to meet the individuals who are the people in charge of that decision, story-wise, and just look at them and say, why? Just why? Give me a reason. There's got to be a reasoning. There has to be some logical excuse for it, other than, oh, people are stupid. No, give me a reason. Screw one for goblins. Stupid dwarves and gnomes. Yeah, that's my point, Social. There was still a whole lot of killing going on while we were fighting the Gorian Empire and the Iron Horde and the renewed Second Fell Horde and the Arakoa. Has justice been served? Hello, Alex. Thank you, Lifecrawler. The spirits of the fallen can now be put to rest. I've not seen a finer display of hunter prowess. Yes, you have. Don't flatter us, though. I like how the volcano's still erupting. This is ridiculous. Those gnomes just don't know when to stop. Goblin pride's on the line here. You gotta jump into the pride of Kazan. Show them what's what. Let me know when you're ready. Let's do it! Oh yeah, I actually get to steer. Bring it on, you gnomish bastards. Die! Well, have fun, Rokiri. Actually, no. The Worgen. Okay, so technically, if I was doing this in total chronological order, The Worgen storyline actually happens way before most of these other ones, for reasons we'll get to in just a second, when we actually do the Worgen storyline. So, the Worgen have actually been a part of the Alliance since, like, a couple of minutes after the Cataclysm actually hit. No, they do not literally respawn in lore. In actual fact, the overall numbers of both the Alliance and the Horde have been pretty well diminished by the recent non-stop warring that's been going on. Another reason why this whole Legion thing is kind of troublesome. That's not actually true, Norlex, if you remember when we were there. The Alliance are like, yes, let's work with these innocent, you know, villagers who are not Worgen in any way, shape, or form. The moment they find out they're Worgen, they turn on them. Like, I mean, literally the second they find out they're Worgen, it's like, quick! Kill those Worgen bastards! It's hard to forget since I was actually playing a Worgen at the time, and he was constantly bad-mouthing Worgens while we were doing it. So, no, that's not when actually the features begin. Like I said, as we'll see in the Worgen Starter Zone, the Worgen Starter Zone is the only zone where we actually see the Cataclysm happening. Like, that's their timeline. So all these events that we're doing right now, these happen a couple weeks, maybe a month after the Cataclysm actually hits, the actual event where Deathwing broke through. The Worgen stuff happens before and during the actual Cataclysm hitting. So, fun fact, this quest is actually... I'm doing this wrong. This is my fault. So these weapons actually basically home in. And I should be taking advantage of that rather than hunting down targets here. There we go. This is one of the 3 variants on the Goblin versus Gnome music that was added in Cataclysm. Good lord, Henrik, what'd you find? Oh, jeez. Yes! Ooh. True to his word, Thrall's gonna get us going in the right direction to rescue your people. He has to speak with you. Good luck, Lifecrawler. We're all waiting on you. Once again, you have helped us to overcome our mutual enemy, the Alliance. Now it's time for us to help you. Head back down to the coast and tell Kilog I'd like you to borrow Bastia. The Panther knows the way to where your friends are being captive. Go now. I will see you again before we make our move against the Trade Prince. I'm in combat with something. Okay. Hey, Nethrazim. Welcome to Killing Alliance Dogs. In just a few minutes, we'll be killing Horde dogs. And other dogs that are neither Horde nor Alliance. Oh, gotcha. Well, congrats either way, Henrik. Of course you can borrow Bastia. That is, if she'll take you. Alright, let's go! Da, 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 da. You know, this would be a lot faster if we could attach some rockets to this thing. Or maybe like an exploding... like an explosion shooter. It just shoots explosions out in front of it to make sure we can go in a straight line rather than having to worm our way around obstacles. What do you think, guys? Oh, we've always got more goblin fireworks. We've got our belt on still. I'm actually curious if we're going to hop into any of those Legion things. Also, I'm just predicting it right now, people are going to complain to high heaven that there's Legion spaceships. Just like they did about there being Naru spaceships. What do you want to bet? What do you want to bet? I'm also going to take a further prediction and say that the next thing that Blizzard's going to say is, no, they're dimensional ships, not spaceships. You don't know what this is, Netradim? Oh, come on, man. Wait, I slipped into Trollax in there. Sorry. Hey, Slinky. Look, we don't have much time around here. You might have noticed the volcano's exploding. Barely escaped with our hides intact. The trade prince and has a whole bunch of us enslaved, performing manual labor inside the cave. Greeley was helped the 7 of us to get out, but she was captured in the process. Lifecrawler, you're the only one crazy to walk into an exploding volcano. The assistant will be able to help you free the others. Hurry! This place is about to blow for good. Let's do it. We're gonna move away from the exploding volcano and try to hook up with the orcs in the final assault on the others, on the trade prince. See you on the side. I hope. You know mine, or you get beating. Yeah, I gotta be honest, yeah, it is rather logical for them to just have spaceships. I agree with that statement. Oh my god, I just realized Loaderbot is still here. I don't know how to answer that, Social. I mean, I don't... Okay. Yeah, me too, Brigman. So, most of my enjoyment from WoW comes from the story and the gameplay, right? I mean, duh, right? I find this game enjoyable to actually play. I enjoy questing. I enjoy the lore, obviously. I enjoy all those aspects of it. So what I tend to do, most normally, is I'll hop in and I'll just have some fun doing some stuff. And I'll never actually shackle myself to an obligation in the game. Because for lack of a better term, the psychological effect of, like, I have to get in to do my gold dailies. I have to go in to raise my professions. I have to get this done today. That always kills it for me. That's been true for years and in MMOs before WoW even came out. So, my general mindset is, you know, I look at WoW like, well, it's something I can do that I enjoy if I'm in the mood for it, especially since it's something I can do while doing other stuff. Since it's very easy for me to multitask in WoW. So, this is basically what I call filler in terms of enjoyment content. And then, of course, when something comes out that's new or interesting, or like a friend hops on and they're like, I really want to accomplish blah, then I have an objective. And so then I actually pop on for real and actually go and start playing daily to help them accomplish whatever it is they want. Or occasionally, there's something I want. In fact, for example, one thing I've been wanting to go back and take a crack at now is... go back and get this achievement right here. They got rid of certain achievements, which was making it basically, God damn it. They got rid of a few of the achievements from this meta to make it more feasible to actually do. Oh my god. So one of the things I've been wanting to do is go back and take another crack at this. We were making a solid effect at this until we found out that they did something really stupid, which I'll probably talk about later. Same with this one. I always meant to go back and actually do this. So the thing is, I never sit down and think, I want to get all this stuff done. It's starting to hurt. Instead, I think I hit it, I get it, and it's like, well, I'd really like to get this done, because I would. You know, I am kind of a collector kind of a person. I'd like to go try and do this. I'd like to try and go accomplish this. You know, I'd like to see what I'm missing here, you know? I mean, I'd like to go accomplish this stuff at some point in time. You know, that kind of a thing. I need to actually do this at some point. So, long story short, I try not to overburden myself and get burnt out on it. That's really the best way I can answer that. Because I've had burnout. I've had burnout in WoW before. In fact, I have quit WoW several times, as I'll talk about in a minute. God damn it. Hey, hey, Greeley. Ooh. Assistant Greeley is clearly bewildered and intimidated. Maybe if she were to drink one of those Kaja Cola 01s. You saw. Oh my god, seriously. We're getting Kaja Cola 01. Greeley drools a little as she continues her mindless labor. So, I guess this is as good a time as any since I'm, you know, at the moment, I actually can talk about this. So, I went into Cata with all my friends from Wrath. You know, we were fresh out of Wrath. And we're like, yeah, woohoo, Wrath is great. So, we went into Cata, and we enjoyed the hell out of the quests. Absolutely love. Yeah, me too, Norlix. Absolutely love doing the quests, leveling up to 85, and really enjoyed the new content. And then we hit Endgame, and the Endgame dungeons were actually a lot of fun. We were really good at coordinating because it was just the 5 of us, basically. It was actually like the 7 of us, but still. Yeah, doesn't it, Bragwin? So the 7 of us were doing the 5-mans, and we didn't have the ability to make a raid group. And then they made a change, and I forget what the change is, but it basically screwed over healers completely. And so our healer, our one healer, got really pissed off about those changes, and basically didn't have fun healing anymore. Now, to make this clear, this is not a drama queen thing. I totally understand his perspective. In certain points in the game of WoW's history, healing has just not actually been fun to do. It's the same with tanking, actually. There have been certain points in WoW's history where tanking has just been a chore rather than enjoyable. So, he bowed out. He's like, look, I'm not having fun anymore. Without our healer, we had nothing to do, and basically everyone left the game. To be continued. She spots the Kaja Cola, and her eyes seem to come to life. She drinks it, and she's got an idea. You've got to get all the Kaja Cola 01 that you can and make the goblins drink it. Boost their morale and free them. The nightmare will never be over while that blast shadow of the Bruce Master still breathes. There's a couple of problems, though. One, being a warlock, he's got a succubus named Delicia Whipsnaps. Really? If you kill Blast Shadow quickly, the demon will go back where it's summoned from. Second problem, since Blast Shadow's a warlock, he has a soul stone that allows him to resurrect. You have to get his soul stone and destroy it so he'll be dead forever. Okay, I can do that. Hey, soul stones are a thing in lore. Yes, it was social. It was just brutal. And again, going by his wording here, unfun. And I totally get that mindset. You know, if you're not having fun with the game, why are you playing the game, you know? This is ultimately still supposed to be a method of enjoyment. So, they did fix it by the end, absolutely. By the end of Cata, things were smoothed out a lot. So, everyone quit except for me. And this is the first time I realized something kind of weird. I had been playing WoW as if it was an MMO all the way up until the beginning of Cata. Now I know what you're thinking. Oh, a big revelation. But no. The thing is, I stopped playing WoW like it was an MMO after Cata. After everyone left, I kept playing Cata. I actually kept playing and found myself enjoying the game by myself. And it was weird. And I actually pushed archaeology, and I did some LFGs, and I did the new 1 to 60 experience on both continents, on both sides. And there was, I basically started treating it as if it was a single-player game, a game I could actually defeat, you know, a win, basically. And towards the end of Cata there, of course, then Dragon Soul came out, the first LFR ever, and I'm like, oh, hey, I could even go in and do a raid, holy crap. It was such a new concept at the time. So I actually got to see, you know, the death of Deathwing and all that fun stuff as it happened in LFR. I didn't actually get to see the other raids at level, so to speak. Excuse me. So that was pretty much the beginning of my mindset of treating this like a co-RPG rather than an MMO. Because the next thing I did was I went to PAX and was like, hey, so you should come back to WoW. And his response is, yeah, whatever. I was like, no, seriously, think of it this way. And I explained to him my mindset, and he's like, okay, we can give that a shot. And lo and behold, we both actually had fun with it. And it worked out surprisingly well. So in case anyone ever wondered where that mindset came from, it's because of the fact that I literally was soloing the game for basically an entire expansion. Yeah, we were talking about it extensively over the past 2 days, Social. I've tried to explain both the positives and the negatives of that mindset. Ooh, what'd you get? Psychotic. So just to read them really quick, the ideas they had here. Tether Foot Bomb. Just gonna leave that one sitting there. The other one was Feed Pigs Rubber till they bounce. There's gotta be an application for that. Can I drink one of these myself? Oh, I can. Oh, I can't. Damn it. Also, handheld one-way mirrors. Whoops, I'm not ready to do this yet. I'm telling you guys, if they just push that scaling tech all the way down to the 5 or the 3-man level, there you go. Bam. People like me could still enjoy all the content with my friends and play it like it's core RPG. People who actually still have the community can play it in the large-scale things. Everyone wins. Okay, this is gonna sound really stupid, but what exactly, like what type of food is Armenian food? I would love to do 3-man Mythic. Are you kidding me? Do you know how much fun I would have doing that? Oh, hey, there's this soulstone. I'll grab that. Inventory is full! Oh my god. Also, I love how the succubus, the moment she aggroes, demands that you kill her master. Just... yeah. That's actually similar to the Guild Wars 1 idea I tossed out as well, Gnarlex. Oh, that sounds really good, actually. King Bubble, I vote for Armenian. So, different ideas we have. Tauren Paladins! Fake food, created by grinding up real food and pressing it into the shapes of different food, with artificial flavoring. How about we put a whole town in a tiny little box? Murder permits! Or how about this? Instant water! Just add... oh. How about we distill the juice out of Kajamite to make delicious carbonated beverage that will give people ideas? Wait. Nose stenders for smelling things in a different room. Motorized gravy boat with laser lump vaporizer. I've actually seen that one already. Stairways for horizontal surfaces. Clowns. Except instead of making you laugh, they're there for beatings. Giant gnomes. No, wait. Tiny giants. He's not up here. Where the heck is this guy? Did I miss him? He should be like right here. He's not even in range. So who out there's played WildStar? I know this is kind of out of nowhere, but I'm going somewhere with this. Oh god, me too, social. I used to have, like, well, not bags full, but I mean just stacks of quail. For the slog on my frickin' warrior through that. Ugh. In vanilla. Okay, where the heck is this guy? I basically beat WildStar, by which I mean I played all the content from 1 to whatever the level max was, and then stopped because, you know, I was done. Okay, hang on. Got it. East. East is this way. I was in the beta of WildStar as well. I'm in the beta of everything except for frickin' Legion for some reason. Anyways, I guess technically the beta isn't out yet. One-sided paper. I'll talk about why WildStar is relevant in a second. Ah, your soulstone has expired. Ding. Hang on. Gotta get a ding with me homies. Oh yeah. Hey guys. I can't get all of them. I can't get all of them in. We'll get Ravenwind in here. Get him immortalized. There we go. I hate the trade prince, but you can't argue with the results of his method. Kaja-Cola 01 is a huge improvement over regular Kaja-Cola at half the calories and twice the ideas. Okay, gotta get out of here before she blows for good. Let's head to the other end of the tunnel on the north side of the mine. We should be able to use one of the mine carts. Quick, go! So, you can do it, Wraith. For the Horde! So, the reason I ask about WildStar is WildStar had one amazing idea. Now, just to make this clear, WildStar actually has a lot of lore. I'm not sure if it would deserve a whole lore run because of some problems with the game design, but there's a huge amount of background lore and flavor lore and story and... Okay, of the 5 points of story, the plot of WildStar is actually quite weak. There's a plot, one plot in WildStar, and it's not that great. The characterization is actually pretty good. Character growth, that's okay. And the themes, well, the themes are pretty much just purely repetitious. But this point over here, setting. The setting of WildStar is flush with lore, and it's so understandable why. They actually got the writers for some of the original Fallout games to write the background history and flavor lore and setting of WildStar, and it shows. There's so much depth to it, it's kind of surprising. I actually was telling a few people, like, yeah, no, there's lore to this game, and their response was basically, there is? Are you sure? Yeah, totally sure. The catch with WildStar is you have to go looking for it. You literally have to go out of your way to go find the lore of WildStar. Oh, jeez. Can you hear that? I may need to mute for the next few minutes. Can you guys hear that? Alright, let's jump in and speak with Greer. Let's go! This doesn't seem to be going... Oh, God, here we go. I'm really not interested, social. Okay, well, if it's not bothering you guys, then I'll just live with it. Oh, God, lots of explosions. For some reason. Yeah, it's a tornado siren. It's just a test siren that happens basically weekly. So, here's... WildStar did a couple of things very, very right. Which I think I'll go ahead and talk about after I turn to these quests. As we would say in the Tinker's Union, out of the heat apply a metallic cooking container, and into the oxidizing energetic mixture of reacting gases and solids. Inventory is full. God damn it. Is there a vendor around here? No. Okay, dump. Dump. Stop asking me. Yes, you know, eat. Anything else I can eat? Nope. Okay, get out of my inventory. 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 Okay, that should do right. Okay. Ahem. That no-good trade prince Galliwick somehow managed to stow the whole Steamweedle Sharks foot-bomb team away on the yacht. I don't even see any of them. Now he's got them doing his dirty work here at the lumber yard. You're the guy who won the championship for us back at home on Kazan. You gotta get rid of him. Look, kid. I'm here to see it that you got a fighting chance at the endgame. Thrall's gonna need your help in the fight against the trade prince. No, he's not. Greeley, Hobart, and I have a plan to put together the ultimate foot-bomb uniform so you can win the game. But I'm gonna need some things first. Lucky for us, this lumberyard is sick with spare shredder parts. Now get out there and give me 110%. Oh my god, shut up. We get it. You're testing the system. Well, it's relevant, Shurio. I could talk a lot about the positive aspects of WildStar, but why don't we talk about the part that is specifically relevant to WoW? Now, I can never remember what they call it, but they have this system in WildStar where there'll be red, blue, and green things on the ground. And you can be like, aha! There's red, blue, and green things on the ground. And that indicates where things are happening. I can never remember the term they use for that. They actually have a specific term for that tech. But that tech gave them the option to completely revolutionize how MMOs worked in general. Telegraphs, thank you. And they didn't do it. They didn't do it. They screwed it up. Here's what my reasoning is, okay? They had telegraphs. We, as the players, do not have what is referred to as white damage. Allow me to explain for those of you who don't understand the terminology. There are two types of damage in virtually every type of game that has, you know, an RPG mechanic to it ever. White damage and yellow damage, okay? White damage is easy to explain as just you auto-attacking. For example, in fact, if I had an enemy anywhere near me, I could demonstrate white damage very easily. Oh, there we go, there we go. Okay, so this is white damage. I'm just going to right-click him. This is a white damage right here. It's pretty much automatic, involves no real input from me other than selecting the target and hitting go, okay? Now, enemies do white damage as well. That's just them hitting you, okay? Most MMOs in general are centered and balanced around the concept of white damage. For example, at certain points in history, rogues, to use a specific example, do like 70%, I should use past tense, did 70%-ish of their damage in white damage. Warriors were in the same boat as well for a while. Now, a lot of classes don't even have white damage, like mages, for example. They can do white damage, but they all do ability damage. Anything you do that is damage coming from an ability, which I will demonstrate in just a second for visual reference, bam, arcane shot. The arcane shot is yellow damage. Ability damage, right? So that's the big distinction between the two. Telegraphs, telegraphs is all yellow damage. Everything that's telegraphed is yellow damage. And as the player in WildStar, there is no white damage. You don't do white damage at all. Everything you do is yellow damage. And so everything you do can be dodged. Everything you do can be avoided. Everything you do has to be aimed. But I think that was one of the benefits of it. I was really excited when I saw that system. And then they screwed it up. The way they screwed it up is they didn't make that true for the enemies as well, because enemies do white damage in WildStar. And that was one of its biggest flaws. Now let me explain why in brief here, if you're not quite getting it. Let's say I'm fighting a boss, and this boss does white damage. Automatically, by the mere fact that he does white damage, I require a tank and a healer. Just flat. Because there is nothing you can do to avoid that incoming damage. It's white damage. He's just going to hit you with it, period, the end. You can still dodge the yellow damage, and this is what WildStar does. But you have to have a tank, and you have to have a healer. If you get rid of the white damage, you don't need anything. All you need to do is pay attention. All you need to do is avoid the actual telegraphs, or know what's happening, or know what's coming, right? This is why I say this could have revolutionized the very concept of MMO combat. Because as is, WildStar is basically WoW with telegraphs. And that's neat and fun in its own right, but it's not enough. Now here's the other reason this is so significant. If you have no white damage, you don't need the holy trinity of classes. It's not required anymore. Because, hey, guess what? You don't need a healer as long as you're really, really good. But you can have a healer. They still have a use if you want to try and just... if you don't want to try. If you don't want to put the effort in. Or if you have people who aren't good enough. Or you've got people with latency. Or maybe there's some telegraphs on this guy that are just really, really hard to dodge, right? So having a healer is still beneficial. Having a tank would still be beneficial under certain circumstances. Having a tank literally soak the telegraphs on purpose to ensure that they don't hit the other people, right? Like if a telegraph would stop the moment it hits someone, right? But it's still not required. You can have a group of 5 or 8 or 12 or whatever DPS as long as you're all dodging everything. And the other reason this would have been so revolutionary is if they introduced scaling tech to that exact system. Man, this is interrupting my ability to concentrate. If you introduced scaling tech to that. Because as of that moment in time, you have the ability to scale away an entire... I actually disagree with that King Bubble, but I'm not going to get into that. You have the ability to scale a raid from 25 to 1. You remember how I keep talking about how I would love scaling to be in WoW? But even I freely admit scaling really should not go below 3. 3 is the absolute minimum, and 5 is probably a little bit more reasonable as far as scaling down. But in WildStar, you could scale all the way down to 1, because there's no need for a tank. There's no need for a healer. Because of that system, if they removed white damage from it. So me and Pax and Gary and Bragwin and I think Third, the 5 of us could theoretically in WildStar have gone and raided. We could have actually done those raids if they introduced the scaling tech and got rid of the white damage. We could have done all the content if they had implemented it properly. And that would have been great, because at that point, that would have actually been enjoyable. That would have been challenging and fun and not require 35 other people and the same freaking Holy Trinity thing we've always had. So... oh, hello. WildStar was this close to just changing up that system and allowing players to actually dodge stuff legitimately, basically having a full-on action RPG MMO with the way that worked. I'm sorry, Mind Blast. I didn't mean to bother you. I'll shush. Anyways, the point being that if, unlike some perfect idyllic world, if they were capable of implementing a system like that in WoW, I would say optional. I don't think everyone would like that in WoW. But optional system like that in WoW, then they could actually have things scale down to 2 players. All you'd have to do is be paying attention, you know? Anyways, so, moving on. See what you got there, Life Crawler. Ooh, these will do nicely. You did good, kid. I'll see to it you get the best foot bomb uniform ever made. In the meantime, got other bombs to drop on the lackeys. I can't say I was ever much of a foot bomb fan, but you're giving me an appreciation for the game. We have to stop Trade Prince Galawax's oil supply and bring his machines to a grinding halt. We're going to need you to go out to the KTC oil platform and release valves to overload the coolant system. You got it. Oh, hello. Dude, you're never going to guess who's out on the oil platform to the north. Chip's out there. He's working for that Trade Prince. The trader's now working for the other team, but worse. I hear he's going out with your ex-girlfriend. I don't know about you. If he was going out with my ex, I'd do something about it. So naturally, we're going to go kill him. It's okay, though. He deserves it. He's working with Gallywix. We're not doing it because of the girlfriend thing, I swear. I suppose it could be both, Psychotic. I'll agree with that. Thriller, I'd say maybe like 15 minutes, depending on how much I have to talk about. We're wrapping up here. Put it to you that way. Of course I'm gonna kill both of them. She dumped me for an idiot, and then started working for the Trade Prince. That just ain't cool. It's alright, break your heart, buddy. See how pretty you are after I put a bullet to your brain. 15 times. Okay. That's true, it didn't, Psychotic. One bullet killed her. I still call BS on that. All the lights and indicators on the control panel are going crazy. There's a single big red button. Clearly, if ever there was a button to cause explosions, this was it. Let's do it! Oh, I should get off this thing. Quick. Ugh, okay, we're good. Why are we talking about Sylvanas fan art? Okay. Hey. Hey, Ace. I did it. There's no two ways about it. He got exactly what he deserved. I wasn't... Okay, mind blast. I wasn't bashing WildStar. WildStar's amazing. It just... Well, okay, that's a lie. It had several very, very significant flaws. But it was a game I played all the way through. Twice. I think that's indicative of my enjoyment of it. My point was they had a chance to be even greater and they didn't take it. That was my commentary. Anyways. Alright, so we blew everything up. Sassy's over at the slave pits. She's there with the orcs getting ready to execute the final play on the Trade Prince. Laughcrawler, take the foot bomb uniform up the road to the southwest and find her. I know she's gonna want you to lead the charge. I'm starting to talk like a coach now. Stomp. What? Oh, yeah. Beep, boop, destroy. Gong. Wrong setting, Psychotic. Norlix, I don't know what's up with it. I mean, I have been having some issues down here, and can't afford to go get it checked out. So hopefully it's nothing. Okay. Hey, Sassy. I was wondering where you went. Don't worry, Hobart will get that foot bomb uniform converted into the ultimate foot bomb uniform. The most ultimate foot bomb uniform ever. Oh, sweetie, you're never gonna guess what I saw down in the slave pits. She shakes her head sadly at you. Candy's down there. She's working for the trade prince. She's dropped you like a bad habit, and now she's working for the other team, but it gets worse. Since you dealt with Chip, she's dating Gallywix. I don't know about you, but if I were her, if she were my ex, I'd rip her fickle heart right out of her chest. So we're not just gonna go kill her. We're gonna rip her heart out. We really don't have time to rescue those incompetent enough to get themselves captured over and over. Still, I have some extra rockets left over. Take these single-stage booster rockets down to the slave pits. Wait, single stage? Seriously? Alright, well, let's see how these single-stage rockets do. What are those rockets for? Be free! Technically. Be free, my goblin brethren. Lifecrawler, you and Hobart are going to be the death of me. Notice how Gallywix is still using Poirits as... Oh, this is great, by the way. He's still using Poirits as his enforcers and workers, because he can't actually have anyone's real loyalty. Unlike, say, us, who we actually have all these goblins who are like, yeah, you're awesome. By the way, this is great. So, you know how most quests have you running around, killing the enemies and getting keys? I mean, we've been doing that ever since frickin' Vanilla, but we also just did that in Wrath, even. Well, these guys actually drop keys. The key says, and I quote, "We don't need no stinking keys. We're goblins. We do things right." I like that one. Just open the door. No! There was another one earlier. Tell my husband I love him very much. Alright, Candy. You two-timed me for the last time. Once, actually. You only did it once. Once is enough. Bring it. But, sweetie... Don't you but sweetie me. Who can tell with this thing? Let's just rip her heart out there. There we go. Just ripping that heart right out. Hey guys, oh my god, loader bot's down there. Warrior bot. How do I free you? I don't think I free. Sorry guys, I'll free you later. But I ran out of rockets. I'll be back, guys. I'll be back. I was thinking more Klingon Takoida. Because now, by Klingon tradition, I have to actually eat the heart. That just sounds gross. Ugh. 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 I shouldn't do that while I'm already feeling nauseous. Hey, I saved our people. Oops. Well, what goes up must eventually come down. That's very comforting to them, I'm sure. Oh, vendor. Oh, thank God, a vendor. Oh my God, I've never been so happy to have a vendor. Get this crap out of my inventory. Just get rid of it. Get rid of it. Get rid of it. Get rid of it. Oh God, get rid of it all. Get rid of all of it. Okay, I feel so much better. So what'd you decide to do, hun? I'm sure she deserved it. She never should have betrayed you like that. Gives me shivers to think she might have kissed that monster, the Trade Prince. Because that's all goblins do, is kiss, after all. Because this isn't a rated R game. Ding! Holy crap. Let's see. I think we'll get a ding with the, No. We'll get a ding right up here. Get a ding right up here. With Sassy. Hang on. I apparently got to do my angle a little bit differently. There we go. Alright. Lifecrawler. This is it. Thrall's down at the Gilneas docks fighting the Trade Prince right now. You gotta jump into your ultimate foot bomb uniform and get out there. Alright, let's do it. Ultimate foot bomb. What have I got? I've got the illegal contact ability, the field goal, and the blitz. Whoop, hang on. Someone else is doing the cutscene. We gotta wait. Back up. That's true. They actually added swearing in Cata for the first time. What? Oh, I'm right here. No, I'm right here. I don't want to forfeit my foot bomb. Dude, I'm right here. Stop giving me the debuff. Oh, no. Oh, we're okay. Yeah, it's voice acted too. We once again run into the problem of other players, by the way. I gotta sit here and wait for him to finish a cutscene, so it doesn't overlap my cutscene, so I can actually go and show you the whole thing. I hate to keep drilling that point into the ground, but it keeps coming up. It's not my fault, damn it, it's the game's fault. Seriously though, this is exactly what I meant with my first point, the negative aspects of the MMO format. Okay, let's see if it's ready to go. Oh, I see Gilneas up there. I think we're good. It's time for some ultimate foot bomb. Oh yeah. I like you. Here's a raise. He has a debuff called downsizing. It makes you smaller. See, the trader's here to rescue you, War Chief. How convenient. You'll both fall about of me or fall together. I'm so fired up about finally getting rid of you. Things like this make me wonder how Gilneas actually stays leader when he's actively attacking Thrall. I know Thrall isn't actually... Yes, Venetia. I know Thrall... Well, actually, no, I won't. But I will be doing all the New World stuff. I know Thrall isn't actually a member of the Horde, technically, at this point in time anymore. But, I mean, seriously. That's just such a Gilneas thing, isn't it, Brave? He has so little goblin pride. I may be about to lose this fight. Oh, we got him. Just barely. Uncle, I give. You guys are too much for me. I'm beaten. You've shown me of the error of my ways. Here on out, I promise to reform the way the cartel is run. I'm your goblin thrall. What would you have of me? First you will die. Ah! Hey, Reskar. We're inches from being out of it, Raskor. So, I guess I'll go turn in now. Because the cutscene, like, stalled. Hey, my friend. No, we do know they use a water elemental to clean laundry, so that's something to quote it. Oh, I can't just thank you enough for all you've done. Now get us off this island before it kills us. Thrall's gonna want to speak to you first. I'll rocket you over there. Seriously, can we just kill Gallywix? Put Mina in charge. Hey, Thrall. Loktar, victory! The goblins and the Horde have accomplished too much together to part ways now, Hunter. I intend for the Bilgewater Cartel to become part of the Horde. I have something I want you to deliver to the new war chief. Give this package to my Darkspear friend at the dock at the Bladefist Bay at Durotar. She will help you get into Orgrimmar safely. Speak with Sassy Hardwinch on the ship. Until we meet again, Akamagosh, excuse me. Hey, look! All the people we rescued from with the rockets and the cages, they made it! Happy ending overall. Oh, even Loaderbot's here. Yay. Yeah, you can go talk to, like, all of these. They all say a bunch of different stuff. It's kind of cool. I'm not talking to you right now. If I were you, I wouldn't count on getting a raise this year. Yeah, thanks a lot, dude. Where's the, Slightly damp salvage. Trying to remember how to get off the ship. Like, there's something I have to hit, and that's what sends the ship off. Is it up here? No, we don't have a girlfriend. Let's just try Sassy. Oh, there we go, okay. Should have known. What be your business in Orgrimmar? I know who sent you. He be giving you something to deliver for me, yeah? You should be taking this directly to the war chief. Be sure to let Worgen know the package from Thrall. Take my raptor. Time be of the essence. Okay. Also, as an aside, some of my just really weird. Some of my earliest memories of this game are actually in Durotar. Durotar, Mulgar, and Tearsfall, actually. I know that sounds weird, but something about the music of the Durotar area, not this song, the one we were hearing earlier, just, it has such a huge nostalgic effect on me. I don't even have words for it. It just hits me like a truck every time I hear it. Like, I have to pause for a moment because it's just like... Anyways, so originally, of course, this was not Vol'jin. This was Garrosh we were turning this into. I've never actually done this quest after Vol'jin took over as war chief. So I'm curious if the quest text is a little bit different. But in the original quest text, based on Garrosh's reaction, let's just say that it was implied, but never outright stated, that the traitor who informed the Alliance of exactly where Thrall's ship was and where it would be going was Garrosh. And That's what I've always assumed is true. That Garrosh leaked the information knowing SI-7 would go after him. But again, that was never actually confirmed, so we don't know if that's true or not. So now Worgen is the war chief. Also, we're giving him a SI-7 emblem here. What be this, goblin? You don't be looking like you're from around here. This be from Troll. I be understanding the meaning of this clearly. There other goblins be working in a shard that could use a visit to get your bearings. We found him wandering the city. He seems to recognize you. So we get Pack Hobgoblin, which is a racial ability after this. He might be wanting to go with you too. From this day on, you and the Bilgewater cartel are part of the Horde. Your people be working on the terraforming of Ajara. That land be remade in the image of the Horde, so that all no Kalimdor be ours. This actually sounds a lot more like Garrosh. Go north through the city. On the far side of the Valley of Honor, you will find Orgrimmar rear gate. Report to Labor Captain Grabbit for the Horde. So if you ever wondered why Ashara looks like this, the goblins literally terraformed it to look like a Horde symbol. Because they're goblins. But yeah, exactly. Again, we never 100% confirmed if Garrosh did it. But all the signs pointed towards the fact that he did it, yes. No, Toby. Arthas was still fully capable of using all of his paladin powers, up to and including when he lost his soul. He just kind of traded them for other powers when he became Death Knight Arthas. Yeah, so the original dialogue that Garrosh said was something along the lines of, he takes a step back, visibly shaken and pale. I understand the meaning of this all too well, Goblin. This smelly hobgoblin was caught unattended by the city. Seemed to recognize you. I've already put others of your kind to work in Ashara. Take it with you when you leave. From this day, you and your Bilgewater cartel will serve the Horde. So, that's actually it for our goblin. Yay, goblin. But I think now, there's only one thing to do. And that's to go. Be a Worgen. And by a Worgen, I of course mean not a Worgen. Seriously, we're actually a dude. But you'll see what I mean. Okay, so by the way, they speak in a form of a Cockney accent. I forget what the specific term is called. I can't do Cockney at all. So I'm not even going to try. So, just so you know, we're just going to do human voices for Worgen.
Led by their indomitable king, Gen Greymane, the proud citizens of Gilneas once stood with the Alliance against the vile, orcish horde that sought to conquer all of Lorerun. Gilneas survived, but in the chaotic years following the Second War, the mighty kingdom drew ever inward. Distrustful of their former allies, the Gilneans erected a mighty wall at the borders of their land, closing off their nation and their hearts from an ever-darkening world. Now, many years later, as the seemingly unstoppable undead scourge marches across Lorerun, human civilization once again teeters on the brink of destruction. As war and terror close in all around them, the citizens of Gilneas are faced with one terrible truth. Their mighty wall cannot hold back the dead for much longer. And worse, rumors of a new threat have arisen within the kingdom's borders, of feral nightmare creatures that walk upright as men, but hunt and howl as wolves.
Shouldn't this guy be actually voice acted? Like, I was actually standing here just to let him talk for a bit, but I don't hear him saying anything. Am I just remembering that wrong? Very little, actually, Toby. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about the history of Gilneas. What am I doing? This. Yeah, as I say. Well, see, something's kind of weird here. Okay, so my settings are really weird on this character. Like, hotkeys and hotbars were just wrong. Which is weird, because as you saw, I've literally never...
We protected Gilneas from the Scourge. We protected Gilneas during the Northgate
I'm so
Rebellion.
confused by that.
We will protect Gilneas from whatever this new threat
Whatever.
may be. Stand ready, guards! We don't know how many intruders we're dealing with, but the headlands are overrun and we're cut off from the harbor towns. Expect to be outnumbered. I want the perimeter secured and the gates manned by 2 guards at all times. No one gets in, no one gets out. We protected Gilneas from the Scourge. We protected Gilneas during the Northgate Rebellion. We will protect Gilneas from whatever this new threat may be. Stand ready, guards! We don't know how many intruders we're dealing with, but the headlands are overrun and we're cut off from the harbor towns. Expect to be outnumbered.
So, I think we'll start off by not talking about the history of Gilneas, because there will be a few points later on where we'll be doing quests, and we can talk about their history there while we're questing. But I will be talking about Gilneas' history and how these events led to this. The most important thing that you need to know as of this exact moment in time is this is happening during Warcraft 3. Specifically, Warcraft 3, not Frozen Throne. This is right about the time at which the Scourge was starting to swell because Death Knight Arthas had just gotten back from Northrend. Very shortly after this, the Scourge actually basically pulled back and started heading into the other direction. A little bit of perspective on that. So here's Gilneas, and the Scourge is basically just kind of doing its thing around here. This pretty much immediately after this, in fact, during the events of the Worgen Starter Zone, the Scourge will actually... oh, whatever, Darker. The Scourge will actually be pulling away and heading up towards Kildanis during the events of Warcraft 3. So... oh, good, Psychotic. So, I want you to keep that in mind, because it's very important, number one, to demonstrate a very important point in how stupid the wall is. But number two, it also gives you an idea of when we are in the timeline right now. So, hey, what's up? What do you... Let's see. And I will talk about the Northgate Rebellion. I will talk about why the wall was crafted. I will talk about how Gilneas was stupid during the Second War. I will talk about how Gilneas began as a country. I got tons of lore for you guys, but I just want to save it for when we're running around questing. Do I think Greymane is a good leader? I think he is a good general. I don't think he is a good king. He does have the ability to recognize his own mistakes. Point in his favor. I don't understand that question, Jaxie. See around Wraith. He does have a lot of flaws to him, which I actually like as a character. But as far as choosing him as a leader, he would not be someone I would pick. So again, I can't do a Cockney accent, so I'm afraid there's only one accent I could ever possibly do for these guys. What are you doing here, citizen? Haven't you heard? The city's under complete lockdown. Go see Lieutenant Walden. He will give you further evacuation directions. Let's go in this general direction. Then we will learn about what's happening. Oh yeah, by the way, this is our character. Check it out. Oh yeah. Yep. Gotta have the mustache. Well, there's Lieutenant Walden. He's pretty dead. Deep claw marks run through the man's corpse. The lieutenant appears to have died from severe wounds. The prince might want to hear this news. You hear the sounds of fighting coming from the market. So by the way, this zone uses phasing so extensively. This zone might actually use phasing more than any other zone in the entire game. I'm serious. The whole of this Gilneas section uses tons and tons and tons of phasing, and it's great. And I want them to do more of it in Legion. Never the one joker. I will be. No, I'm not actually gonna do that. I was just kidding. Yeah, I've literally already phased. I'm on a second phase. I'm almost tempted to keep track of how many phase changes we go through. One interesting little anecdote. See that right there? That's actually a night elf ship. In the distance. We're not really supposed to be seeing that right now. That's going to be like the last thing we do in this zone. I was going to comment on something someone had said in chat. Where was it? He doesn't need to be a good king. It'd be nice if he was a good leader. Anyways. Three deep gashes on the torso. I'm done. Oh my god! There's rampaging Worgen.
For my people.
It's you again. Looks like you're not one to hide in the face of danger. Very well then.
For Gilneas.
Worgen! My father had warned me the Archmage Aragal's creation had run amok, but where are they coming from? I guess it doesn't matter. Help us make quick work of them. We'll show them what we Gilneans are made of. The civilians aren't here anymore. Not even inside their homes. We're doing our best to stop the Worgen from getting indoors, but their numbers are too great. Help us evacuate the civilian homes. My father's army in the prison district will be better able to protect them. Oh, that could be psychotic. I think you're right, actually.
Get gabbing or get going.
Listen, Coldclaw. We can't let our supplies get destroyed. With Gilneas walled off from the outside world, we won't last through winter if we lose much of our stock. Please, help us salvage what you can.
Keep your chin up, eh?
For the record, I have basically the opposite of respect for Gilneans. There are a few Gilneans I like. Crowley comes to mind immediately. No, not Crowley. Hang on. I have the wrong name. What's his name? Hang on. I was just looking this up the other day. So I should still have it somewhere. Blah, 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 blah. No, I'm right. Crowley. Darius Crowley. So I actually have a decent amount of respect for Darius Crowley. No, that's totally how you hold a rapier. But I think he might be the only Gilnean I can think of off of the top of my head who I have a fairly large amount of respect for. I'm not saying there's no one else. It's just when I think about it, that he just immediately comes to mind.
What's your story?
Have you salvaged the supplies? Excellent. I'll make sure these are taken to a safe place.
Watch your back.
That was a quick ding. Hey, lady, mind if I get a picture with you? Listen, thanks. Worst face ever. I would be surprised if he wasn't, so on. Really. What am I? I'm apparently a rogue? Yep, I'm a rogue. Great. So this might actually be some of the first rapiers we've seen, other than the occasional blue. There's one after me. I got it.
What
I got it.
can I do for you?
Come on out. We need to get to the north area. Or south, actually. South area. Don't go north. North is death. North is death. It's okay. It's okay. You won't die. If I could ever catch the enemy who's after you. Okay, there we go. I got him. I love how I'm a rogue with an axe, by the way. The only thing better than a rogue with an axe is a rogue with maces. I think we all know that. I do really love the aesthetic of the design here, by the way. It's just a little bit different than your standard human architecture. It's a nice touch. And again, of course, it's got that Gothic feel to it.
For my people.
It's no use. They're not letting up.
For Gilneas.
Good job. Thanks to you, many Gilneans will live to see another day. It's time for you to leave, Coldclaw. Go to the military district with other civilians. Check in with Gwen Armstead when you see the bridge across the south. See if everyone's okay. I'll stay here with the guards and cover the civilian street. Go! That's an order! Speaking of which, we should change titles. Zookeeper. There we go. I think that's a good one for our current character. I think isolationism can work as a short-term tactic under certain circumstances, yes. But emphasis on that word, short-term. So basically, no. As I say, yeah, there are literally 3 forces trying to destroy this place right now.
What can I do for you?
We're all here. A little shaken, just here.
Good day.
Hey, tutorials are turned on. Why are tutorials turned on? Why did it reset all my options? Most of us made it here alive, but there are Worgen on this side of the city as well. We're going to continue to head north. South! I don't know why I keep thinking this is north. South, once where everyone's accounted for. That reminds me, someone was asking for you. A woman named Lorerun. She seemed a little disappointed when I told her you were alright. I think she mentioned she owes you money.
Long live Greymane.
Where's tutorials? I don't even know where that option is. Seriously. Accessibility? Maybe? No. Why is colorblind mode even on? What the hell? What is with my settings on a character I've literally never logged on as? Anyways. No, this is happening during Warcraft 3 in Etherzine. We're going to be doing a time skip here in the future. Like a really big one, actually.
Ain't you a chipper-looking one?
Oh, hey. There you are. Good to see you alive. No, of course I don't have that gold I owe you. Now's not really the time to bring that up, is it? Listen, maybe I can show you the ropes. Save your skin with all the carnage going on. As you learn to fight, you'll start to learn new things. Go get some more experience, and when you figure out something new, try it on a blood-flaying Worgen. Be watching.
Farewell.
Okay, I can do Eviscerate really quick. Hey, buddy. Also, I'd just like to say, another thing that Warlords added. Combo points being on you, not the target. Best thing ever? Best thing ever. Okay.
Any friend of Greymane is a friend of mine.
Yeah, sure. You were great. Let's see if we can get out of this city with our skin intact. There's only so much I can teach you with the Worgen trying to dismember us. We really should think about heading south with the other survivors. We've been told King Greymane is there. If we stick together, our chances of survival will increase. Especially if you choose someone nutritious-looking to stand next to.
That's enough gabbing for me today.
As of now, Toby, just Moira. Everyone else is... I mean, there's no big names I could come up with off the top of my head.
Gilneas will prevail.
You've done well, and hey, it's Godfrey.
What
Hang on,
now?
Slash spit. There we go.
Gilneas will rise again.
You've done well in coming here. If we Gilneans stick together, we might defeat this terrible enemy. Lord Darius Crowley has been called many things. Rebel, traitor, terrorist. Before the Civil War, I called him friend. I never blamed him for leading an insurrection against me. His land and people were separated from Gilneas by a stone wall, but we had no choice. That's a lie, by the way. Regardless, Crowley is exactly the type of person we need right now. Enter Stoneward Prison and ask Captain Broderick about me being messaged on Skype. That's me, guys. It's not you. Hang on. There we go. Okay, we're good.
Speak.
Fine with me. King Greymane wants you to risk your life to rescue a known traitor. Do me a favor and do something useful while you're out there. And kill these cursed flea bags. We ought to leave Crowley in prison with those beasts. Enough! I've made up my mind. We need Crowley on our side. You're totally wrong, Mind Blast. I'm just gonna say that. Trust me, it'll all be really obvious really soon. Okay, just bear with me. So, while I agree that combo point management did add a layer of tactics to it, the thing I will argue to the ends of the earth and beyond, or wait, that's infinity and beyond, whatever, is that there's actually a new form of combo point management. It's just different, and, in my opinion, less irritating. But there is still a degree of strategy involved in how you manage your combo points, because you can actually build up points on a target specifically to use on another target, and that kind of a bouncing around thing.
No time for dallying.
Greymane wants to save Crowley? Has he gone mad? I don't understand why the king wants to waste his time saving his hide, but if you want to risk your life, be my guest. Crowley and his men are holed up upstairs, plotting against the king as we speak!
Farewell.
That's not... God, Gilneans are really dumb sometimes. I would follow that explanation to the ends of the earth or die trying. So this is Crowley.
We do what we must.
Greymane's right. These beasts do not give a damn about our politics. Gilneas needs to stand together. One of these angry, mangy fleabags got Dempsey real good. We cannot move him until we stabilize the bleeding. Give us a hand holding these mongrels. A couple of minutes is all we need, brother. Impressed me more?
We will prevail.
I'd say both equally. Now, I know what you're thinking. That's cheating, but it's true. Goblin Zone was actually a little bit more impressive in terms of the overall mechanics of how they presented it, and giving a huge variety to the actual quests and allowing you to have a lot of fun with the actual gameplay. This zone was very impressive story-wise in the way they used phasing extensively in order to service the story progression. And, of course, they did some brave things with this particular chunk of story. In fact, I knew the moment I first made my Worgen that I'd enjoy the Worgen starting zone. Why? Because you start as a human. The moment I saw that, I was like, yep, I'm going to enjoy the Worgen starter zone. Also, yeah, Crowley doesn't have a weapon. That's kind of worth noting. More compelling lore? Well, that's a tough question, because what you need to phrase that as is, do I think Worgen have a more compelling lore versus goblins, or do I think Gilneans have more of a compelling lore versus goblins? No, little Billy. Lord Crowley here actually led an entire rebellion, and there was a civil war behind the walls. Hey! I haven't really had a good pause point to really discuss the lore of Gilneas yet. But suffice it to say that someone, Greymane, was an idiot. And as a consequence, some people who are not idiots, Crowley, decided to object to that. That objection was actually originally fairly polite and civil in discourse, and it kind of devolved into out-and-out civil war shortly thereafter.
We do what we must.
We did it, Coldmaw. Thanks to you, a good man survived. Listen, I need you to take a ding picture, like, right next to me. Think you can do that? Anything for you, Crowley. I'd do anything for you. No, no smiles. No smiles. We're all serious here. Gilneas. Listen, Coldclaw. For the first time since the Civil War, I agree with Greymane. Now is the time to put aside our quarrel. It sure doesn't look like these beasts care much about whether you're a rebel or a royal. Send word back to Greymane. My men will join his. There's a safe house not far from here in Josiah's cellar. My lads stashed some heavy artillery there. Tell the king my arsenal is now at his disposal. Well, Worgens are a druid form anyways, Nethrusim. So, I mean, yes, basically.
What now?
Fancying you kill a few of the mangy curs with my own eyes, I think you did not complete the task I put ahead of you. Looks like we're hardly putting a dent in their numbers.
For Gilneas.
Rebel arsenals in my own city? What the bloody hell was Crowley up to?
My people have
The arsenal Crowley speaks of is in a cellar building just west of
I could
here.
shoulder more of their burden.
Shut up, Grimmin. It is unnerving that artillery was smuggled inside the city by my enemies, but it still might end up saving Gilnean lives today. Find Josiah Avery. Get the requisition to the rebel artillery. We'll put the weapons to good use. Yes, Toby, it comes from the old gods. No, we don't have an explanation. Alright, let's head into the cellar. Hey, Josiah. What's up?
We've been walled up for far too long.
Yeah, no kidding you have. Don't look at me. Leave me alone.
Farewell.
Ah! I'll kill you. Okay. Oh, good shot, Lorna.
What is it?
He turned into one of them, didn't he? How can we even begin to fight an enemy that can do this to us? My father's arsenal was certainly a good start, I suppose. Worgen are hiding in the alleys ahead. Take one of my mastiffs to find them more easily. We're going to need to clear the way ahead if we're going to move these cannons above ground.
This mastiff will help you find the hidden Worgen.
Yes, Nicholas, you desperately need help. So these are some impressive barrels, I gotta admit. But one of the things I find most interesting is that's actually the first time how they indicate that the Worgen can spread. Also, we have this debuff. Worgen bite. You were bitten by a Worgen. The wound looks minor. Maybe it'll go away with time. I'm sure it's not a big deal. This is actually one of the two types of horror, by the way. I've talked about this extensively on my show, actually. Basically, the type of horror where you, the viewer/player, know what's coming and can't do anything to stop it, versus, and the in-characters do not know what's coming. Versus, of course, the opposite side, which is where the viewer does not know what's coming and therefore is scared/startled by the incoming event. So this is the we know what's coming. We have been bitten by a Worgen. Yeah. We'll be fine. Fine, guys. It's good. It's good. Nosy one. We haven't really had a good time to talk about the lore without just pausing. I mean, I could just stop here and talk about the lore. What do you guys think? Should I just stop and talk about the lore? The lore walkers?
Make it quick.
Excellent. I'll start rounding up some help to get these cannons positioned. It's time, Coldclaw. We'll take it from here. Tell Greymane my father's arsenal is at his disposal. There's more than enough firepower here to blow the Worgen from here to the North Sea. By the way, that was another layer change, or phase change, if you didn't notice that. We're not sure, Takoida.
Gilneas will rise again.
I knew Crowley would come through. His weapons will be more than useful for us. All these years and all the war, and Crowley was still hiding enough firepower in that cellar to level half the district. Might come to that, unfortunately. We can't open fire just yet. There's a civilian trapped on the other side of the prison. Not just any civilian either. Krenin Arenas is one of the most brilliant alchemists the world has ever known. One of his potions saved my daughter, Tess, from dying soon after being born. Take my horse and rescue him. Krenin must live! Dun 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 dun. Dun dun dun. Hail the Charler. Bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 ba-dum, bum, ba-dum. Oh, God. Yeah, sure you. I remember too.
We live another day.
Whoops. Okay, gotta fight my way back. It's okay. I can make that happen. I can make that happen. I don't have stealth yet. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Okay, okay. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, God. Oh, God. Yep. Yep. It's cool. It's cool. I got this. I got this. I got this. Oh, jeez. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. Oh, God. We're totally gonna... Ugh. Damn. Where am I? I'm actually turned around now. Right. Okay, I know where I am. Hey! I made it.
Speak.
Well done, Cold Claw. We'll make sure Krenin makes it out of the city alive.
We've got Arenas. Fire at will.
Another layer, by the way. This is what, the 5th layering so far? That bite wound is getting worse. It don't feel so good. Die, you ravenous dogs! That's it, guys. We need a Kingdom Hearts World of Warcraft crossover. Make it happen! You guys got this, right? You got this. Yeah, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. You got this. Oh my God! Stop trying to kill me! I'm not that tasty, I swear! I have a mustache! How can I be tasty with a mustache? I don't even remember what title gave me Zookeeper, honestly. Here, let's go ahead and go to the Talon King. That just seems more appropriate, given the circumstances. There's actually really only 2 types of Worgen when it boils down to it.
For Gilneas.
We'll have a very few choices, Cold Claw. What we do next will be a critical decision.
If we can make it past the gates into Duskhaven, we'll be safe.
No, Darth
The
Monster.
eastern mountains are virtually
Sort
impassable.
of. It's complicated.
We need to keep the Worgen's attention in the city again. It's the only shot we have for the survivors to make it to Duskhaven.
I'll stay behind with the Royal Guard, Father. It's my duty to Gilneas.
Not a chance, boy. Gilneas is going to need its king's undivided attention. Can't have your father wondering whether his child is alive or not. My men and I will hole up inside the Lightstone Cathedral. I've already given the order, and the cannons are on their way. Lead our people well, Gen.
We were fools to take up arms against each other, Darius. The Worgen would have never stood a chance.
That's not true, but it's also very true.
We will prevail.
You don't need to do this, Cold Claw. You've already done more than enough already. But if you decide to stay, I'd be a fool to turn you away. My men have fortified their position inside the cathedral and are ready for what comes next. I'm about to head up there and take as many of these flea-ridden devils with me as I can. You're welcome along for the ride. Let's do it.
Let's
Liam.
round up as many of them as we can. Every Worgen chasing us is one less Worgen chasing the survivors.
Yeah, see, here's the thing. Liam isn't weak. He's just not that strong, if you know what I mean. By the way, try to remember that every single one of these Worgen is a former Gilnean citizen. Just keep that in the back of your mind somewhere.
You'll never catch us, you blasted mongrels!
There you go. If we were to determine the NPCs as items, Arthas would be an orange, if not a yellow, or a gold, I guess. Liam's probably a blue, I'd say. Not bad, just not nearly on the same level. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Why? Why, God? Okay, okay. We're okay. We're okay.
Any friend of Greymane is a friend of mine.
Brace yourselves. Here they come. This time has come, Coldclaw. If we're going to put a dent in their numbers, the time is now. We have the position, we have the firepower. All that remains to be seen is whether we have the courage. And I sure as hell don't see a coward standing in front of me.
Keep your chin up, eh?
Damn right you don't. So, something that was mentioned earlier by the One Joker is something that really needs to be said out loud for anybody who missed it in chat. Crowley and his men had enough artillery, arms, munitions, and general stock to continue fighting the war for months. The actual civil war that I will be talking about earlier, the Northgate Rebellion is what it's referred to as. We're going to blow basically all of that in like one night. Just right here. The Worgens swept over this area.
Get gabbing or get going.
You're done well, Coldclaw. Done more than we could ask of any of Gilneas. We're running low on ammunition. It's time to regroup inside now. We've had enough...
We are bound by a common enemy.
Actually, no, I know exactly what selfie I want for this one. Hey, game over. Nope, no serious faces. We're a Gilnean. No serious faces. There we go. We've had enough ammunition to carry on the civil war for another month, yet the Worgen's numbers are such that we're nearly spent. I just said that. We don't want to be caught out here in the open when that happens. Fall back inside the cathedral and report to the boss. I'm sure old Crowley will know what to do next. Also, nice touch, unique architecture for the cathedral. The art design team deserves a medal for Cataclysm. I mean that sincerely. The work they put into all the unique stuff they added in Cata is significant. Oh yeah, the wound has updated. The bite... Oh no, it actually hasn't. It actually hasn't updated yet. So
We do what we must.
we've given them ever we have, and still they come. Don't worry, Coldclaw. We'll slay many more before the day is over. We've got a good choke point here. Feel free to say a prayer if that's your sort of thing. Take courage and kill these mutts. Now it's updated. Hideous bite wound. Your skin is black and blue around the wound. There also appears to be thick hair growing around the edge of it. Is it the new one, Game Over, or the old one? Hang on. I know exactly what I'm going to do here. God, I hate
You
playing
have
a
my
rogue.
undivided attention.
No, I don't think I do. Alright. Let's do this, guys. Let's do this!
We will prevail.
They stopped coming. No, Coldclaw, that's not a good thing.
Look at what you've become. Those cursed beasts. They've left you nothing more than just another wretched mongrel. Do you even remember what you did to your friends? Your kind, haunting the wilds unchecked, until we found you. They've kept you alive because they still believe you can be saved. To which I must ask, is there even a shred of humanity left within you? enough.
I think now's a good time to pause and talk for a moment. So what we just saw was 8 years. That's not an exaggeration. I just checked my timeline notes. That is an 8-year jump that just happened. It's actually technically like 7 years, 10 months, or 7 years, 11 months, but you get the point. So we have been roaming the wilds as a Worgen for all of that time. Just roaming, hunting, killing. You might think, how the hell could the Gilneans survive the Worgen assault for that long? Well, two big reasons, but the basest one comes down to the Worgen threat kind of stopped spreading, and so after a while it became an idea more of hunting them down, bit by bit. And there's a couple of other factors that we'll see in the future that kind of helped contribute to that. So, what is most important to keep in mind is we're way over here now. There's actual Gilneas City. And Gilneas as a nation has basically ceased to be. There is no Gilneas... excuse me. There's no Gilneas country. There's no Gilneas kingdom as of this point in time. It's gone. The survivors here... Oh, look, you can see the Forsaken from here. The survivors are battered, bruised, etc. So I just feel like getting this out there because I keep getting questions about it, and I keep saying, just wait, but screw it, I'll just talk about it now. Here's the history of Gilneas. Once upon a time, there was a guy called Watcher Tyr. And by a guy, of course, I mean a Watcher, a servant of the Titans. He carried forth hundreds, well, actually, we don't know the exact number, but at least thousands, probably closer to tens of thousands, of these stunted, cursed, horrible mewling Vrykul children down to an area that would eventually be referred to as Arathi. It's not called that at the moment, of course. Those people learned and grew and did all sorts of things in the future. There's actually speculation that humans, as a tribal race, did a fairly large amount of things kind of as part of the other major players of the major nations back in the day. Part of the Troll Empire, part of the Pandaren situation, helping against the Mogu, that kind of a thing. None of that has actually been proven, but the point being, those humans eventually, and I mean after a significant period of time, finally got to the point where they were fairly well organized, martially speaking. Right about 2,800 years ago, give or take, there was this is of course after the Sundering. The Trolls started making a big push against the High Elves. I've actually referenced this incident before. It's called the Troll Wars. But the Troll Wars is probably the single most significant event for the development of humans in the history of the setting, other than their actual inception, thanks to the Curse of Flesh. The Troll Wars was basically the Amani Trolls saying, we're sick of you High Elves, and winning. Hang on, I'm sure it's a little distracting. And basically winning against the High Elves. So the High Elves, in desperation, made a deal with the tribal kingdoms, well, it's more like the tribal kingdom, of Erethdor down to the south. We will teach 100, I think it was 100, of your people magic. Remember, magic can be taught. Anyone with sufficient drive can learn magic. I've mentioned that several times. We will teach you how to use magic. In return, you will help us fight the trolls. Well, fun fact, humans turned out to be, because of humans were already really, really good at warfare, adding magic to that mix turned the humans into a dynamite, politically and militarily speaking. So the Troll Wars were won, the Amani were lost, and basically the Amani have never actually recovered from that incident. The humans, by contrast, exploded from that point on. And now the first thing they did, because the High Elves impressed upon them, you need to be careful with magic, and here's why, War of the Ancients, demons, etc. There were very restrictive rules on what you could do, magically speaking, in the Kingdom of Erethdor. So some of their people ended up basically trying to make a new life for themselves further to the north where they would be free from that particular prejudice, or not prejudice, but from the restrictions against magic. They would eventually found something that would become the first of the city-states of the human people, Lorerun. The very first one, actually. So in case you're paying attention, Arathor was the first. Dalaran was the second. Gilneas was the third, which is why this is all relevant here. Yes, I know, Zoan. Right. So Gilneas was the third human anything ever, basically. Gilneas was founded by a group of people who were very hardy and very, very prideful. These were people who insisted that they should be able to make their own way of things. And it kind of shows because that pretty much informs all of their culture from that point henceforth. Now, there are other groups. In fact, there are 7 total, 7 human kingdoms that all formed from the original Arathor Empire. Arathor itself eventually becoming Stromgarde, as Zoan just pointed out. And all of these kingdoms actually kind of coordinated relatively in peace for a surprisingly large period of time, actually. Now, we're going to fast forward about 2,000 years until we get to the point in time at which the games happen, Warcraft 1 and Warcraft 2. During Warcraft 2, Lothar, the Awesome, came north and organized with Tyrannus, the Awesome. By the way, you guys probably think that my whole Illidan and Anduin idea is crazy. I just feel like pointing out it's already worked in Warcraft. Lothar was the war leader and the general, and King Tyrannus was the political leader and the diplomat, just like Illidan and Anduin would be. The duo managed a tremendous amount. They basically made the Grand Alliance, and got the elves in, got the dwarves in, they even got the Gilneans in. Barely. They actually didn't initially successfully get the Gilneans in, because the Gilnean response was basically, why should we fight your wars? See, here's the downside when you have a very proud, stiff-necked, strong, kind of people. They tend to get a little bit more insular and a little bit more short-sighted because they think they can handle it. And don't mistake this, the Gilneans are a fairly hardy people and it can accomplish great things, but that was foolhardy in place of what was happening with the demonic horde charging north, wiping out everything in its path. So the Gilneans eventually finally were like, okay, fine, we'll help save the entire world from the Orcish horde, fine. And they sent out basically one elite unit, just the one. That unit died horribly fighting in foreign shores. And that really soiled every single Gilnean's opinion of the Alliance and the other human kingdoms. Gilnean blood was spilled for foreign soil. Screw that mess! That's ridiculous. So, sometime after that, and forgive me, I don't know the exact time when the decision was made, but sometime between Warcraft 2 and Warcraft 3, oh, I'm sorry, quick aside, the Gilneans, despite losing one unit of troops, one, in the Second War, where I don't even have to tell you how many thousands upon thousands of people died in that war, but I'm getting off topic. After sometime between Warcraft 2 and Warcraft 3, the Gilneans were like, we should just execute all the orcs. Why are we putting them in internment camps? Kill them all. Kill every orc that ever was. Just murder them all. That's the best possible thing we could do here. I can't on AFK, can I? They were, of course, turned down. And so they pretty much formally pulled out of the Alliance at that point in time. And then, again, in between Warcraft 2 and Warcraft 3, they built the wall, which I don't think I can see from here because of the mountain. Yeah, I can't. There's the wall up there. You've probably seen the wall if you played this game. It's actually at the southern of Silverpine. Oh, there we go. Thank you. You're fine, Gimmick. So they started building this wall, which is so stupid. I mean, so there's several reasons why this wall is stupid. Now, in defense of the wall, it did probably save Gilneas as a nation. So, fair enough. I will freely admit that Gilneas probably would have been completely wiped out if not for the wall. So, there's the big defense of the wall. It worked. Got it. Awesome. Here's the catch. Here's why I call the wall stupid. First thing the wall did wrong. They actually built the wall at the only place they could geologically speaking, basically. In other words, they couldn't put the wall further north. It wouldn't work. They need to put... So Gilneas actually has a lot of natural barriers. Natural mountains and water on all sides. So very, very hard for any army to invade unless they go straight through this bottleneck, basically. I forget the actual geological term for that. So this is where the wall is. But Gilnean territory was actually more like this. So, as you might imagine, all of this just got abandoned. Just flat out left behind. Okay? That's the first problem with the wall. They just flat out abandoned, in terms of sheer real estate, close to about a third of their entire kingdom. Right through the farmland, by the way. That's really, really important for my next point. Yes, I did, Rory. Behind the wall, resources started becoming a significant issue. And in fact, would continue to be an issue basically up until these events right here. These guys are living the hard life, if you know what I mean. Now, yes, they are surviving. They are absolutely surviving. I will give them credit for the fact that with hardly any resources, with hardly any farmland, with reduced numbers, with reduced access to minerals and coin, with a complete cutoff of trade, zero trade with anyone, by the way, they did nevertheless manage to survive. But anyone looking at the situation can tell that Gilneas, as an actual functional power, was just slowly descending, even ignoring the Worgen threat. Because they were so cut off and so utterly xenophobic in the way they were doing it, that unless they started turning into another Kulturas, it was doomed from the beginning. By the way, that wall, that cutting off of a third of the kingdom, that's why the Civil War was fought. It was called the Northgate Rebellion. And Lord Crowley, who actually lost some of his own land up there, said, "This is freaking stupid." Oh, by the way, they left Gilneans on the north of the wall too. Abandoned them up there. That was the final straw for Crowley. The fact that they were willing to leave Gilneans up north of the wall, and the fact that they were never willing to open the wall, even for refugees. And there were plenty of refugees at this point in time. So, I don't believe so, Dakota, but I'm not going to put a stamp on that, so I don't know. Anyways, so long story short, Crowley said, "This is ridiculous. We need to open the wall. We need to, at the very least, help these people get back in. We need to reclaim our land." And Greymane said, "No!" Now, there's actually a short story about this. The short story is actually kind of weirdly written, though. Because Greymane basically goes from, "I'm an obstinate idiot," to "I'm a reasonable person," in the space of like a single paragraph. There's no gradual shift between the two mentalities. I'm okay with Greymane having the character development, and indeed he should. He starts off as just an obstinate, rude, ridiculous idiot, but then he ends up as a decent person, right? So I mean, hey, that's worth noting. But there's no shift. It's just, "Oh God, I've been such a moron," you know. That's basically what happens there. Anyways, Greymane, of course, being an obstinate, brutish idiot, immediately thinks Crowley is challenging his right to rule, and he has no right to go against me, and blah, 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 blah. And so, rather than... Again, I want to stress this because Crowley initially tried to solve this situation peacefully, diplomatically, through words. That didn't work. So, war was declared. Now, excuse me, let me quote Futurama. War were declared. There we go. So once war were declared, the Northgate Rebellion lost. Now, funny fact, I find it interesting that the Northgate Rebellion lost. I know that they had to, for the sake of the story, but based on everything I understand, the only possible reason why the Northgate Rebellion lost is because Crowley was holding back because he didn't want to kill Gilneans. And we have a bit of evidence for that, actually, in the giant freaking arsenal we just found that they never used. I mean, think about that for a moment. And that's just one storehouse of arsenal that we knew about. And that they managed to sneak in and the Gilneans had no idea about. So, I think Crowley should have won. He just didn't because he was holding back. Because he was, a decent person. So, he was tossed in jail along with the rest of the rebellions. And everything settled in. And we have a weird situation here. So if I could diverge for just a moment before we continue talking about how stupid this wall is. The Gilneans in general have a surprisingly advanced system of nobility for being what is effectively one of the smaller nations. they have a huge aristocracy infrastructure, and most of it's gone by this point in time, but they still care about it. They still care about the kings and the lords and the houses and all that, and blah, 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 blah. And I find that amusing, since this is in many ways based off of certain aspects of English history, that is to say British history. And if you know anything about British history and the way they paid so much attention to the 15 last names people would get, or the 13 titles, or the Lord of this and House of this and blah, blah, blah. And by the way, as an aside, just to really throw this into perspective here, Britain still cared about things like nobility and titles and houses and whatnot as recently as World War I. Now, I know that's true for a lot of nations, but that's kind of recent, relatively speaking, historically speaking. I mean, for God's sakes. Yeah. Six titles. Yeah, pretty much, Raskor. That's really how that works out. Actually, personally, Taquetta, I think I agree with your theory that it was an inside job, since, again, Gilneans. And Crowley was very, very charismatic and very, very well beloved by his people. Wait, what's Nethrazim talking about? Right, yes, no, that is definitely something to be said about the Gilneans. But anyways, so they really, really care about their nobility and their aristocracy, and it kind of leads to a lot of problems when it comes to the inner politics of the Gilneans. It does, ironically, also give them one of their strengths, as weird as this sounds, because despite the massive amount of aristocracy and interpolitics and the lords and the titles and the lands and all that other garbage that the Gilneans do, they're all it's basically a dictatorship. The king actually is the absolute ruler of Gilneas. And so anytime Greymane puts his foot down, the aristocracy does have to come to heel about it. Now, of course, there's a cost for that, because he could lose the support of the aristocracy, just like he did with Crowley. But still, anytime Greymane says, no, we're doing this, the lords are like, okay, fine. That's also in that short story I mentioned, by the way. So, let's discuss the other reason why the wall was stupid. What happened next was basically, there's this thing called, what do they call it? Hang on. The Scourge. Right, the Scourge decided to show up. And when I say show up, I really want to put this into perspective. So, Death Knight Arthas comes back. Lorerun just gets wiped out, basically. But this was not a concentrated attack. If you remember from Warcraft 3, and has been fleshed out in recent things, why would I act like a dictatorship is an evil thing, Zuan? I actually think dictatorship is one of the best forms of government that exists. And I mean that sincerely. Why are you assuming things on me, Zuan? So, Lorerun was kind of screwed up, basically. But the thing that's really important to keep in mind is there was no leadership of the Scourge at this point. No general was leading the Scourge. No, there was no concentrated army. It was just the roaming Scourge were basically wiped out Lorerun, without much effort, actually. Now, in the interest of fairness, they were infiltrated first. But I mentioned that to emphasize a very important point that I actually mentioned earlier, too. The Scourge never actually attacked Gilneas. The Scourge army never turned towards Gilneas and said, we're going to win. They never did that. What all of the Scourge that they fought at the wall was just the roaming Scourge that happened to be in the area, that happened to have expanded from the Lordaeron area and from the Dalaran area. Well, actually, not Dalaran, the Hillsbrad area. That's it. This Scourge was then pulled back to go that way, to go after Quel'Thalas, when they actually had a general in charge of them, Death Knight Arthas, and Tychondrius, pushing them forward to go resurrect Kel'Thuzad. I just wanted you to keep that in mind, because it really, really informs not only the power of the Scourge, but the nature of the wall. So, on the one side, yes, the wall allowed Gilneas to survive. It absolutely did. I freely admit that. But on the other hand, if the Scourge actually was wanted to take Gilneas, they would have. I get really sick of people saying, oh, well, Gilneas was right to build the wall because they defeated the Scourge. No, they didn't. They survived the Scourge. And there is a world of difference between those two things. Anyways. Then, so I've actually already talked about this back in back in Grizzly Hills, but to refresh briefly, there was actually an Archmage of Lorerun, one of the Kirin Tor, who was actually a Gilnean. His name was Erugal. And he had been doing research onto this ancient artifact, which he didn't know exactly what it meant or did. This artifact is, of course, the Scythe of Elune. Quick history lesson for those of you who don't remember this. They did do better than Lorerun. Like I said, I will freely admit, they did survive. But I get sick of people saying that, oh, they totally beat the Scourge. No, they didn't. The Scythe of Elune was an artifact that was made comprised of a staff of a Goldrun, or no, the Fang of Goldrun and the staff of a powerful druid, because they were having trouble controlling one of the druidic forms, the bestial, primal, brutal form, which is the Worgen form. What you're staring at is literally a druidic shapeshift form, one of the forms that used to be used. When they used that staff, the newly created scythe, to try and control them, it made everything worse. Basically, they completely lost their ability to think for themselves, and they lost the ability to function as individual beings, and they completely became nothing more than mindless beasts. Lost themselves utterly to the curse, okay? So they all had to be banished into the dream by Malfurion, and that was not an easy thing to do. Fast forward a lot. Erugal ends up... There's actually some other story that leads to this in Duskwood, which we'll get to when we get there. But long story short, Erugal discovers a way to bring Worgen back out of the dream here, and summons forth the Worgen in order to defend the wall against the Scourge. This is the other point I want to mention, by the way. Despite the fact that they weren't fighting the organized greater body of the Scourge forces, they still were so desperate and so barely holding the line that they actually summoned Worgen to try and make it work. Hang on. Yeah, there. Except Nightbot's, like, gone or whatever. What the hell, Nightbot? What you doing? Oh, there he goes. Okay, that's the wrong thing. This should be a command that... No, whatever, it doesn't freaking matter. Anyways, I'm getting off topic. So, yeah, they summoned the Worgen, and that was probably the worst idea they could have ever done, because they couldn't control the Worgen. The Worgen kind of went rampant, killed more Gilneans than it did Scourge, and then just kind of started roaming and doing whatever. Erugal actually went insane from realizing that he had killed his entire... so many of his own people. Remember, one of the most important aspects of Gilnean society is Gilnean pride. Gilnean products are better, Gilnean buildings are better, Gilnean culture is better, Gilnean people are better. So the idea to a Gilnean archmage who killed tons and tons of the Gilneans, that was unfathomable. So yeah, he lost it. He completely lost it as a result. And we'll see. You already kind of know what that led to. That led to Shadowfang Keep. Actually, I do Zuon. It's right here somewhere. It's one of these. I've got a bunch of links up right now. To remind myself of stuff. So the Worgen started becoming a problem, and then but it's okay. It all worked. It all worked because the Scourge left. We did it! We beat the Scourge! Cough, cough. By the way, the Scourge were leaving for Quel'Tha Lust. But no, we totally did it, guys! In the defense of the Gilneans, there's no way they could have known that the Scourge were just leaving to go deal with Quel'Tha Lust. So, from their perspective, it worked. Yes! Awesome. However, as I mentioned, those events we saw leading up to now happened pretty much right after that. And given how quickly you saw things escalate, you can kind of see why the Worgen problem exploded very, very, very quickly. Which basically leads us into the now. Now, this event happening right here is literally happening days, if less, before the actual sundering, before the Cataclysm hits, before Deathwing breaks out of Deepholm and causes the Earth to shift and quake and all those horrible things, okay? So we're actually going to witness the Cataclysm for the first and indeed only time on this particular character. So that's actually really cool that we get to see that. This is actually one of the things I love about this section. Gnarlix, first of all, thank you for the donation. Thank you for scaring the crap out of me. Which of our incentives would you like to put it towards? So like I said, that leads us into the now. So that's most of the general backstory and lore of the Gilnean people. There's one other thing I want to mention here. Thank you, Nethrazim, for reminding me, because this is something that actually needs to be put into perspective here. And yes, actually, Psychotic is correct. Becoming a Worgen prevents you from being rezzed by Sylvanas. It didn't do anything to the Scourge since Worgen Death Knight. What is about to happen is they have actually... So, I'm going to skip ahead in the story just a second here. Greymane and a few other elites have actually been periodically going out... Thank you, Narlix. Have been periodically going out and trying to... There we go. Trying to cull the numbers of the Worgen, while at the same time also trying to reclaim some of them. Now they have this potion that can save Worgen, they think. Remember, they actually built this guy up as one of the most skilled alchemists in ever. And of course he is. I mean, he's a Gilnean alchemist. He's got to be better. But in his defense, he is actually a very, very skilled alchemist. So he comes up with this thing that allows you to retain your mind. Which is funny because the idea here, lore-wise, obviously gameplay-wise, this is going to allow us to play as a Worgen. Lore-wise, this enables us to barely keep control. Imagine if this was D&D, you're basically rolling a will save every few minutes. And as Rasker points out, we barely survived this process. Only a few Worgens survived this process. Only a small handful. It's not until later in these quest chains, and I don't want to spoil that just yet, that we actually finally gain full control of ourselves and gain full, sentient sapience, etc. So to answer an earlier question, there are effectively only really two types of Worgen. There are Worgen who are completely lost to the curse, who are just rah! And then there's Worgen who have been able to retain some semblance of their self, who are, in every way that actually matters, druids as of that point in time. By the way, playing a Worgen druid is appropriate. So, with all of that lore and backstory, why don't we go ahead and continueth, shall we?
Gilneas will prevail.
I need you to pull through, Cold Claw. Also, how they recognized us, I can only imagine they recognized our clothing, because otherwise I have no idea how they recognized us. This dosage is strong enough to kill a horse. But I know you. I know what you're made of. You'll be fine. Trust me. I know what you're going through. You would, wouldn't you? Now drink up and close your eyes. Actually, I'm sorry, I forgot to mention the quote here. This actually happened a bit ago. I'm not giving up on you. I don't have a cure for the curse yet, but there are treatments. You'll have control again. Give it up, Cranham. It's time to put this one down. It's protocol. Tell me, Godfrey, those that stayed in Gilneas City so we could live, were they following protocol? I didn't think so. Now hand me that potion and double the dosage. So yeah, we are now a Worgen. I want to point out something. If you've seen me play my Death Knight at all, or if you know anything about this game at all, you know we have an ability to switch into human form. You will notice we don't have that ability yet. It's not an ability we have. Just feel like pointing that out. It's a nice aspect of gameplay and story integration. So,
What now?
So, Crenham's potion did not kill you. I suppose that means the human inside of you is in control then. I guess I won't be shooting you after all. Not yet. Go speak with Krenan Arnus and give him the good news. He's in charge of the house where we keep your kind. Just remember, Coldclaw, I've got my eye on you. You so much as try anything funny, you'll get a bullet between the eyes. Yeah, we did as a goblin a little bit too, but yeah. As we gain more and more control. I love the rain here, by the way. It's a nice touch. Hey, Prince. Well, he's alive. That's good to know. We've still got our massifs. That's nice to know. Excellent, excellent. Feral Worgen are very, very aggressive. Okay, so... Well, these earthquakes never stop. Yeah, earthquakes are getting pretty bad, by the way. The way it works, Dakoita, is... Yeah, the whole point of the original form was very, very aggressive violent, brutal, literally savagery. It was basically the form, the druidic form of savagery. So, when you go into that form, you are naturally very violent and very aggressive and very death to everything around you. Think a caged, rabid wolf, and you've kind of got an idea of what a normal Worgen without any level of self-control is. That was the point. So yeah, any feral Worgen is incredibly aggressive because that's basically all they are. They were designed to be.
Well met.
All the light. It worked. It worked. Welcome back, Coldclaw. You were fortunate. Crennan's treatment doesn't always work this well on people who've had the curse for as long as you. Yeah, by the way, we've been a frickin' Worgen for 8 years. I want to refresh you on that fact. Do exercise caution. Don't expect everyone to invite you to their homes just yet. But at least they won't shoot you outright. The full effects of the curse cannot be ever fully cured as far as we know. With treatment, however, your mind will remain yours, and not that of a wild animal. We are fortunate that treatment worked on you. Normally, I can only treat recent infections. We'll need to continue your medication if you're to reverse the curse. I will need a mandrake essence to brew another serum for you. You'll find a crate stashed behind the shed out of town. Also, so I hate to say this, but Worgen males look awesome. Worgen females look ridiculous. Just my opinion on the matter. So, one other little thing I want to mention here. Where is he? Shoot. Where's the pie vendor? I don't remember where he is. I do love the architecture of these buildings a lot, by the way. I'll just explore. I'll just explore. You guys get to enjoy some good architecture while we're doing so. By the way, you know how I've talked about doodad artistry and how they're amazing and well? I talked about that during the Storm Peaks. This is another excellent example. This house, absent of doodads, would look terrible. See all this? Chest, book, sword, other sword, candle, these books, the table itself, these books, this bookshelf, the painting there, the broken chair, and of course the window. So all of that is doodads. This would just be a blank wall without that. I just try to emphasize this because this is the difference between good doodad placement and bad doodad placement. This makes this look like a house. Without it, it would just look amateur by comparison. So I just want to give, once again, huge props to the doodad placement team. Look at this. Each of these bottles has to be placed individually. This food, this knife that they're eating the food with, the beer, the plate, this alchemist bottle over here, the barrels, the things on the wall, all of that is individually placed. Think about that for a moment. Think about the kind of artistry that goes into making an empty building look like a house. It's a skill I actually lack, and I am very envious of people who are very good at that kind of a thing. And Blizzard's team has always been top-notch on that. So huge props once again to the Blizzard art team. I mean, look at this. I'm just glowing by, but look at all this stuff. By the way, Twilight Princess HD just shipped. Yeah, a lived-in house, absolutely. Pie vendor!
I offer service with a smile.
Why pie over cake? Pie is far better than cake. Everyone knows that. Shouldn't a rogue of your standing be well informed of such important matters? Alright, what do you got for pies? Cheery cherry pie. Very berry pie. Lots of meat. Oh, I would love some meat pie right now. Plumpkin pie. It will make you plump in front of your relatives. And, of course, mud pie. Now with twice the worms!
Good day.
Also, I just really want to stress again the doodad. Look at this. Look at this! They've got the hangings and the... Oh, God, this place... Artgasm. Okay, we're okay. We're okay. It's alright, guys. I don't need a Kleenex. Alright, because I hate playing as a warg... No offense, Burnout, but I really do not enjoy playing as a warg. I'm going to go ahead and give myself a weapon. Or, Actually, you know what? What kind? I'll let you guys decide. What kind of weapon should I use? I've got, let's see, what have I got? I've got mace, sword, dagger, dagger. What should I do for my weapons, guys? I really wish I was better at it, Nuclear. Because they do such an amazing job with so much of this stuff. So I'm hearing sword from Shuryu. Well, there's a lot of... What the heck is this? Now, keep in mind, at this point in time, these people would have heard of the Forsaken. We haven't heard of the Forsaken. The latter, Schmeidolf. For the most part. The Gilneans did have some druidic nature amongst them. Try to keep in mind again that... Okay, so there's actually a little bit of lore tip. That's a good question, Schmeidolf. We may have eaten Forsaken spies. Absolutely. Oh, another earthquake. I wonder what's happening. Words. The fact that Gilneas had druids prior to the Night Elf druids showing up and really teaching you how to use that is actually significant, I think. And the reason why is because it's probably the only reason they didn't starve out over the course of the... Hang on, I've got the numbers right here. 12 years of basically being cut off from the primary amount of their farmlands. I imagine if not for their druids constantly trying to literally magically augment their food stocks, they might have literally been screwed as a result of that. Actually, it's funny you say that, Prog. That is explained. Okay, so the druidic form of the brutal beast was just any other druid form until they made the Scythe of Elune. See, what they did is they specifically attached a tooth, if you remember me mentioning this, a tooth of Goldrun to the staff, which is what fundamentally cursed the staff and therefore cursed the form. And so from that point on, any kind of bite through the teeth would actually be able to cause that infection and cause the curse to be transferred to a new person, who of course would have no control over themselves because... Blah! So, yeah. Okay, so I see lots of things here. But I think I agree. We should get some bleeders and some stabbers. So we'll go ahead and get Dalren's charge, because I remember how much effort I used to put into getting that thing. And... yeah, sure. We'll get the Thrash Blade, just for fun. That is a question I was going to bring up myself, Raskor. To my knowledge, we don't actually know if we remember what we did when we were a Worgen. So the answer to your question is, I don't know. I think that's left up to the purview of the PC. Maybe you remember everything perfectly, and you get to live with that. Maybe you remember a few glimpses and pieces of what happened before, and you get to live with that. Maybe you remember literally nothing. Maybe from your perspective, the last thing you remember is, you know, the Worgen charging into the cathedral, and then the next thing you remember is being woken up as this new beast form. All of these are nightmare fuel in their own different ways. I mean, can you imagine? Where am I? What am I? Also, it's been 8 years! You know, that's pretty terrifying. In addition to, if we see the glimpses and flashes like we saw in the cutscene of us chopping down Crowley and all that, that also is pretty horrifying. So, all three of these scenarios are pretty horrifying when you get down to it. Hey, Zagoten. This crate has been smashed! The vials inside appear to have been broken. Hey, Zagoten. Wait, I already said that. So, yeah. The Forsaken are here. A long knife with a skull ornament on its hilt sticks out of the militiaman's ribs. As you look around for clues, you spot a pair of savage-looking warships on the shore. Gilneas is being invaded. Again. Bring word to Duskhaven's mayor, Gwen Armstead. Hey, what's up? Goodbye. Hopefully the Forsaken will conquer this land in the name of the Dark Lady.
I got a bad feeling.
Forsaken! Quick, Coldclaw. We must mount a defense. I wish there was a line like, what are the Forsaken? Because we have no idea what the Forsaken are. Ding. Our reefs have always protected us from coastal attacks. The earthquakes must have opened a passage for the Forsaken ships. Quick, Coldclaw. Slow down the attackers while I get the rest of the militia ready. I think I can hear the prince of some of our men engaging the Forsaken even as we speak. Speak to Liam. See how you can be used. Oh! And make sure he doesn't get himself killed. I'm afraid he might be a little reckless in his current state.
Long live Greymane.
Long live Greymane, pshaw! And now... Damn it, Twitch.
Any friend of Greymane is a friend of mine.
Ask me for help and advice, just don't ask me for money, okay?
Watch your back.
No, just the swords, Arthas. Because I hate playing a rogue. That's literally my reasoning. Hey, Greymane.
All my people.
Coldclaw, you are alive! Thought I was having dreams about the old days when I heard your voice. It sounded kind of gravelly, too.
For Gilneas.
I failed to defend my people in Gilneas City. Seems the fates have given me a second chance. I will not fail again. I'm still not sure if you're alive or dead, human or Worgen. I'm not even sure if I'm awake, but this I'm sure of. We're gonna kill a lot of these motherless Forsaken. By the way, he's fighting with a gun and a broken bottle. He's also very out of it at the moment.
For my people. For Gilneas.
Look here, Coldclaw, the big fat ones. Abominations, they're called. They don't go down easy, so don't tackle them on your own. But I have an idea so crazy it just might work. Or I might run away so you can't get the quest. Okay, fine, I'll do this instead. There's barrels of gunpowder beneath the sheds by the windmills. Grab them and toss them right on the abomination's head. I'll take care of the rest with the old blunderbuss. Okay. I can make that happen. For the Forsaken. So, okay, here's a weird question for you guys. How justified do you think the Forsaken were in this invasion? Yeah, there's quite a few hints about that, Nethrasim. Because there were a few people who survived. A few. So, what Gnarlex said is kind of leading in the direction I'm about to talk about. So, we have a weird situation here. First of all, the Forsaken... I don't want to talk about all that just yet.
I can't see in here.
I don't remember that being voice acted. Anyways. So this is actually a fairly complicated situation, politically speaking. So on the one hand, we have the Forsaken.
I can't see in here.
Now the Forsaken have just gotten back from the invasion of the Lich King, and Sylvanas has, let's just call it, a new perspective on life. Now, as of this point in time, Garrosh has completely taken over.
I can't see in here.
I should just pause to talk about this for a moment. Garrosh has taken over the war effort. Remember, they are officially at war as of this point in time. You know, the Cataclysm is just about to start. And Garrosh has been pushing the Forsaken to push the humans. In fact, Garrosh actually had plans, and in fact was going to come over here and take over the Forsaken forces and use them as fodder in order to weaken the Gilneans in order to for his own Orcish forces to then move in. In fact, we see a potential future in which we see how badly that goes, and most of the Forsaken as a race die out. I'm sure Zawan would be happy about that, of course. The reason I bring this up, though, is the Forsaken as a political entity have two choices at this point in time. Technically three, but it really boils down to two choices. Stay a part of the Horde and be used as a blunt cannon fodder, militia by Garrosh and his stupidity and his total lack of ability to think tactically, or split from the Horde and increase the number of enemies that they have. They knew about the Worgen situation, Nethrazim, but to my knowledge they didn't know anything beyond the wall. So no. They thought they were fighting the Gilneans at full force. Anyways, at least that's my take on it. So, as the Forsaken, what do? Do you acquiesce to working for your crazed war chief? Or do you increase the number of enemies you have? Keeping in mind you already are hated by basically everyone. Because you're undead. And for no other real reason. Now, to be reality check here, that does not condone the, yeah, exactly, Roscoe. That does not condone the actions the Forsaken take during this invasion. The fact that they're willing to use the Plague, or the Blight, or whatever they actually call it. The fact that they do, all sorts of other horrible, terrible things during the course of this. That's not acceptable. But the invasion itself? Also keep in mind, this is about the time in which the Forsaken, Sylvanas basically said, I'm sick and tired of being spit on by every single other race in the entire world. So screw all of you. We're going to go ahead and start taking territory and actually start being a functional power rather than a barely formed collection of corpses who are just barely holding on. Try to remember, the Forsaken were not actually a strong military power up until the end of Wrath. When Sylvanas had her revelation and comes back and decides to start reforming the Forsaken into a real power, that's when she starts actually taking care of them. This is an interesting parallel to what Garrosh does. Remember, one of the reasons Garrosh was so popular was he actually brought prosperity to the Orcish people and to the people of Orgrimmar and the Horde in general, because they had been living under such squalor prior to that. So the Forsaken were in a fairly similar circumstance. Now, again, I'm not condoning all the things the Forsaken did. However, I fully understand the fact that Sylvanas is starting to build a Forsaken empire, and I fully understand why so many Forsaken were totally okay with that. Sylvanas was interested in her own circumstances. In fact, she is primarily motivated by fear. The Forsaken were motivated by having a better life. So again, that's why I tried to phrase my question the way it did. If I was in charge of the Forsaken and not desperately afraid for my life like Sylvanas was, I'd probably still do this invasion of Gilneas. Because we need more territory, we need to prove our worth to the Horde, we need to start building up so that we either A, have the ability to sit on our own and have the entire world as our enemy, or B, take down Garrosh and his idiocy, or C, have enough political and military power to actually start bringing other people to the bargaining tables. We, as the Forsaken, need more right now. And Gilneas is right here, and a fairly ripe target, although admittedly we wouldn't know that. So it would be political suicide at this point in time to try and invade into the Plague Lands with the Druids and the Argents who are moving into that area and trying to reclaim the land and whatnot. Going after a universally neutral party, especially one who are actually allies of the Forsaken in Wrath, no, that, like I said, that would be political suicide. Going after the Gilneans, who are not friends with anyone, who are actively disliked by basically everyone, and don't give a damn about everyone, well, you see the part of the problem of the isolationist mentality. And as Bregman points out, tactically speaking, this would be a huge boon if they could take all of this territory right here, which is the goal. They have this, as of this, well, they will have this, but they have this at this point in time. Having this gives them access to one of the best harbors in the entire Eastern Kingdoms. I'd say like the third or fourth best harbor in the entire Eastern Kingdoms. And a huge and amazing launch point for anything they need to do, both defensively and offensively. I'm sorry, but tactically speaking, purely tactically speaking, Gilneas was the right choice. And that's ignoring the fact that Gilneas is weakened at this point in time, which we didn't know. Once they find out that Gilneas, once they infiltrate with spies and find out how screwed up Gilneas is, no, this is 100% the right choice to make, tactically speaking. I want to keep stressing that word. I'm not talking about ethics here. So I mention all of this because I just want to add a little bit of gray to what otherwise looks like a fairly black and white situation. What am I doing? I'm killing people. Full Gilneas. There's also actually...
This gonna hurt me.
You'll be fine. There's actually one other little niggle that deserves to be mentioned. Remember, by the time we come back, Sylvanas, for the first time, has the ability to resurrect humans, and for some reason just humans, as undead, as new Forsaken recruits. Now, I will point out that what they do with regards to recruiting is actually really horrible. However, I will also point out that recruiting is a very high priority for the Forsaken. So, this is a human kingdom. In fact, this is the single largest bundle of people in basically this entire region. If they were to push east, they could take South Shore, but that's it. And as I mentioned, going after the East of the Plague Lands isn't feasible. So, and Stromgarde is practically non-existent as a power now. And of course, we've got the dwarves up here, and trolls. So your only options for getting a new recruitment force are South Shore, which they end up doing, and Gilneas. So if they want to bolster their numbers, well, that's yet another reason why going after this this particular location is the correct decision to do. But anyways. I do too, Takoida. It's dumb. I've even told you guys the excuse that the writers gave for it. It is dumb, but it is fundamentally a part of canon. It is a bad writing plot convenience, especially since they've deliberately said, again, this is straight from the writers, that they are lifting those restrictions over time. So, to show how she's getting stronger, they're making it so that she can resurrect more than just humans over time. Like, for example, by the time Pandaria comes around, she actually has the ability to resurrect elves as well. Anyways.
For Gilneas.
Yes, just like the old times. I'm gonna have to work hard at not shooting you, but Crit explained everything to us. Gee, thanks.
For my people.
You and me, Coldclaw, we make a great team. It's good to have you back. Hey, Lorerun Nor. Nor? I have no idea how to say that. Oh, fine, there. We can take it from here, Coldclaw. Check in with Mayor Armstead. They're only a small part of the Forsaken's forces. If we don't move quickly, we're gonna have bigger problems on our hands. See what you can do to engage the Forsaken army at their landing location. I can do that. I'm gonna keep that. Well, the writers have confirmed she does have the ability to raise elves by Pandaria, so regardless of speculation, that is now confirmed. She can raise humans and elves as of now. We'll see if that gets expanded even more in when it comes to Legion. I don't know, Rory. She's getting stronger as the writers say she should. For those of you who weren't here for the earlier discussion, let me explain why this is an example of bad writing. They wanted the Forsaken. They wanted Sylvanas to be a power, but they realized that they couldn't come up with a good reason for the Forsaken to not just win. So rather than put the work and time and effort into actually having a well-written story as to why the Forsaken are not just abstractly conquering everything in their path, they artificially said, oh, she can only raise humans. With no explanation, with no reason given other than, well, she can only raise humans. She's too weak. That's literally the explanation that was given. She's too weak. But don't worry, she'll get stronger over time because eventually we do want her to actually be a powerful force. We do eventually want her to be a threat. So we're just going to abstractly, like, with no rhyme or reason, we're just going to make tick marks where occasionally she just gets stronger for no reason and she's able to raise more races. That's why that's bad writing. Because rather than putting time and effort into hampering them in some way that makes sense in lore, or actually informs the story, or flows through the themes, or has something to do with actual writing, they just abstractly say, nope. You cannot get ye flask.
What can I do for you?
That's us making it up, though, Zawon. They have given that exact reason. I have told you what the actual writers have said. Anything we make up is made up. Anything we try to do to cover their plot holes and their bad writing is us trying to cover up plot holes and bad writing. It's still bad writing. Not anymore, King Bubble. She used to be. Then she committed suicide. It's hard to be suicidal after you've committed suicide. Okay, so let's do this. Little Godfrey's leading the attack near the Forsaken's landing area. See what you can do to help us get the Forsaken back. I've been told Godfrey's commandeered the Storm Cellar. Seek him there.
That's enough gabbing for me today.
What I want to know is, how did Liam even have some dollar and Noya? Yeah, there's plenty of ways they could have written it to make sense. They could have made it make sense in lore. They didn't. They didn't bother. It was lazy, bad writing. Stop trying to excuse it. Damn it, people. You all yell at me because I'm so apologetic towards writing in so many games. Every time I finally actually point out an example of bad writing, everyone just jumps down my throat about it. It's dumb. The end. Moving on.
Speak.
The Forsaken here in full strength, Coldclaw. We barely have enough men to hold them back.
What now?
Wait, hang on.
Speak.
I'm not going to lie, Coldclaw. I don't like the idea of having Worgen in our ranks. Who knows how long till Crennan's concoction wears off and you're trying to chomp one of our heads off. Till that time, however, we can make ample use of your ferocity. I want you to go out of the battlefield and kill as many of those Forsaken as you can, in as brutal of a way as you can.
What now?
The Forsaken catapults are kicking the snot out of us, Coldclaw. And even if we do not take care of them, they've got 2 ships with rows of cannons at the ready. With a plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Take out the machinists manning the catapults. After this, use the catapults to launch yourself aboard the ships. If your aim isn't terrible, you should be able to land safely. Go below decks. Take care of each ship's captain. Good luck, rogue. Probably not Zawon. It's just, I like how he's held on to it for the last 8 years.
Ain't you a chipper-looking one?
Military will not allow them in the cellar, but my children are still in the farm. Please, go find them. The Forsaken have no regard for innocent life. My kids are in danger. The names are Cynthia, Ashley, and James, and soon they will be part of the Forsaken. No, he is correct, Raskor, absolutely. Join the Forsaken. Get to her now. All right. As I say, at this point, yeah, the wall's been up since Warcraft 2. It's been a while. Since just after Warcraft 2. Don't hurt me. I was just looking for my sister. I'm not gonna hurt you. Why do you think there are giant teeth? Ah, death. That would be nice, Raskor. Wait, what the... Come out wherever you are. I'm here to save you. Hey. Join the others in the basement. Hurry. Are you one of the good Worgen, mister? Did you see Cynthia hiding in the shed outside? No, I didn't. Actually, they've been slowly falling behind on upkeep, which is part of the point I mentioned earlier. You go flee for your miserable little lives. You're scary. I am not scary. I will devour your enemies. Oh. The kids already look dead. So true. Yes, I did, Psychotic. I haven't really thought of a good time to read them yet, though. For your listening enjoyment. I'm not a bad guy. Run away, little girl. Run away. I am the devourer. What? I don't see any problem with this. How dare you evade me? God damn it. Well, in fairness, this wall is a lot smaller. Only if it's requested enough. I don't decide what I ruminate on, as I've said many, many times. Actually, I think these are normal, non-blight launchers. I could be wrong. We may never know. Whee! Oof. Yes, you have missed that. Like a couple days ago at this point. We have faced Jaraxxus, Eredar Lord of the Burning Legion. He's dead. As dead as demons ever get. God, I hate that crap. Captain Ansem, got a message for you. Gilneas is for Gilneans. I haven't actually personally chosen what I've ruminated on in over a year, Sebo. Everything I've ever ruminated on since, I think Half-Life 2, actually. Maybe a little after that, has been a request by viewers. So, yeah, it hasn't even been in my mind for a very long time. You know, what I want to ruminate on or whatever. Oh, I need to get another catapult. Worgen pulse! I get that the Forsaken are supposed to be this whole undead aesthetic thing going on, but you'd think they'd, you know, make their stuff a little bit more, well-built. I'd make the obvious Donald Trump joke, but I'm tired of making it. I've already made it like 5 times in the last couple of days. I have no idea, Gamerside. Like I said, that hasn't even been a part of my mentality, so I haven't put any thought into it at all. Dang. Dang. Well, the Forsaken would probably eventually win that, but man, there would be a lot of dead Forsaken before that got settled. Alright, I should probably... Yeah, whatever. What is it? Oh yes, carry on, sir. Oh, gotcha, Gamerscythe. Awesome. Well, I hope you like it. I'm not willing to dump $50 on it, but I'm pretty curious how it is. Yes, carry on, Jeeves. Or Franklin. Franklin. Yes, yes. Chip, chip, Perio. Why am I allowed to mount in here? I found this outside. May I keep it?
What's your story?
My children are safe. You've done a wonderful thing. I don't know how to thank you.
Farewell.
Oh, you're welcome. Speak. Not bad, Coldclaw. It's a good thing you're on our side.
What now?
Well done. You might be a bloody beast, but you're a beast now.
Speak.
Excellent work. Our scouts have identified the leader of the ground assault. One of Sylvanas' hand-picked Dark Rangers is overseeing the battlefront from Waldenhouse near the shore. Take this whistle. Use it when you're close to her. I'll have my men loose our mastiffs to bring her down. Be careful! You don't want to engage her on your own. So, some people are like, wait a minute, she can totally raise elves. She's got tons of elves working for her. Those are the elves that fell during Warcraft 3 that she freed, several of which used to be banshees. So, those actually aren't, you know... She didn't raise those, per se. Alright, let's do this! Come, me mastiff minions! Come! Kill the Dark Ranger! Nom 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 nom. Elf flesh. Nom nom nom. Pah! Tastes like rot. Yes, J-Man, that is very, very bad. She's not, Django. I could explain, but just trust my analysis. She's actually not. People are skewing facts.
What now?
You did it, Coldclaw. That should take the wind out of their sails.
Speak.
Oh my god, what in the world was that? Those are not cannons or catapults. Go outside and see what that was all about. By the way, this is like our 8th, I want to say, layer change now. Holy flippin' snarkers! Yeah, mine did too. This is, it's pretty impressive. This is the power of phasing. I was just responding to Django. I shouldn't, though. You're right. Django, stop talking about it. So, yeah. Cataclysm. Like I said, this is really, really impressive, actually. This is the first time they were ever actually able to morph terrain based on phasing. Because you literally notice the terrain is actually... There's actually water here. Keep in mind, I haven't moved to a different server. For all intents and purposes, I am swimming through the earth here. And yet, because of the layering and the new tech they added, I'm actually able to do this. This is great. I was so impressed when I saw this. Hi, Deutsch. So, yeah. This is really damn impressive. I really, really hope we see more geological phasing in Legion. Now, this has a lot of consequences to do. This is not easy to do on their behalf. And it also puts kind of a bit of a strain on the servers. This is one of the reasons why they only do this in instanced areas like this instance here. But, yeah.
For Gilneas.
The ocean, Coldclaw. It swallowed everything. The land, the Forsaken, our men. I was on my way when it happened. There's no time to waste. A good half of the town watch was in the area that collapsed. Get in there and save as many as you can. Make sure to get out of the water. I don't know why my accent's drifting. Make sure to get them out of the water and onto the shore. Get them any aid they need. So, the coincidence of the fact that we were fine right here on the edge is significant, but for a little bit of perspective, what just happened is, imagine this is the ground, and there's the ocean over here. So what happens is, like this. Now, if you don't understand how incredibly devastating it would be for an entire chunk of a tectonic plate to just go like that, just trust me when I say that that is an insane thing to happen there. And it just kind of helps to showcase how devastating the Cataclysm really was to the world. It fundamentally changed the world forever, yes. But some people don't realize that the world nearly didn't survive the initial Cataclysm. Fortunately, Thrall and like 5 of the most powerful shamans in the world will all be going off to ensure that the world doesn't keep destroying itself. But yeah, the Worgen starting zone is awesome, Deutsch. Or whoever said that. Also, I just raised my eyebrow at you, Garthus. Can I have more than one at once? I don't think I can. I'm gonna go ahead and try and get another guy here. Uh-oh, I'm an aggro with something. Oh god, death to the Forsaken, and to the living! Yes, this is actually the Cataclysm happening. This is why I said, I technically should have done this before Goblin, but I felt like Goblin was a better lead into this, for obvious reasons. But yeah, so this is the only time in any starter zone, in anything actually, we actually see the Cataclysm happening. I say happening because we're not done yet. Yeah, nice little bit of gameplay story integration there. The Forsaken players, as of this point in time, or right before this time, I forget which, no longer needed to breathe at all. They used to have an extended drown oxygen counter. Then they just got rid of it entirely. So yeah, they don't have to breathe anymore. Also, notice the bubbles coming up. That's a really nice, subtle touch to show that there's literally pockets of air that got dragged down when the land was cracked. It's a really nice little touch there.
For my people.
You did what you could. For luck, the others will find their way ashore. We've escaped death through dumb luck, but luck is running out. The coast is becoming flooded even as we speak, and from the look of it, the landmass beneath us hasn't settled yet. We need to leave. Curses. God!
For Gilneas.
We need to leave. I cannot lose my homeland twice in one lifetime. If these earthquakes are not an enemy we can defeat. Tell Gwen Armstead to start the evacuation. That would be really terrible, Nethrozim. Let's not think about that. So, one thing. Okay, so I've mentioned before. I talked about this in Netherstorm too, and in when we were going through the Dragonblight as well. Because of the nature of the game, we can't literally see what's happening because they can only do like a shift of the terrain, like we just saw. So we can't see the terrain actually shifting and moving like it is actually happening in lore. But just to give you guys the idea, what's actually happening here is the land is still shaking and still crumbling away, and the water is just flooding in as a result of that. Obviously, they can't show that because of the limitations of everything, basically. But that's what's happening in lore right now. We've literally got minutes before this town is underwater.
Get gabbing or get going.
Liam's right. We need to get everyone to higher ground. We must help spread the word while I manage the logistics of the evacuation.
Keep your chin up, eh?
It's not going to be easy to get Grandma Wall to come with us. You must do whatever you can to convince her, though. Do not lose your patience with her. Her mind is old, and she's not entirely lucid.
Long live Greymane.
The Haywood fishery can be found to the south. The Haywood brothers have been running it for years. They don't make it to town often, except to trade their fish. Send word that the evacuation's underway.
Watch your back.
It is a fact, Permeus. It's been confirmed like 3 times. Because people keep bringing it up because it's so stupid. So... Of course you remember Lord Darius Crowley's daughter, Lorna. She's quite fond of you. Oh, sorry. She never quite recovered after losing her father in Gilneas City. She's basically led the life of a hermit. The only visitor she's been allowing is Krenin, and he won't say a word about the whole thing. Send word to her about the evacuation.
That's enough gabbing for me today.
Oh, who? I'd have to look it up. Because I don't remember who were talking about it. There were several people who were talking about it, though. It's okay, I didn't kill her father deliberately. Hello, Lorna.
What is it?
Stay back! Don't make me... Is it you? By the light, it is you! Do I have like a necklace that everyone recognizes me by? Is that it? Listen, Coldclaw, we're not going to make it very far without transportation, are we? If we just hightail it out of here, the Forsaken will catch us up to in no time. Rounding up some horses from the stable grounds southeast of it would normally be a breeze, but there's one snag. The last quake must have spooked Korkoth, the Etten, down from the mountains. If we don't get our horses soon, I fear he will. I have a name tag. There you go. I've actually got dog tags. Get it? Worst joke ever. Okay, so there's Koroth, the Etten. This is a new model they added. I kind of wish they did more with it. It's actually a neat take on the whole thing. Oh, God. Hey, Shayandra. Thank you for the kind words. Hope you're enjoying. I am wearing the same cloak. That's true. That is true. So maybe that's it. It's like, oh, well, I know that cloak anywhere. It's got some big in-depth history that we don't know about. Ah, damn it, he aggroed me again. Fine. Death to cold. Oh, jeez, that's a bad idea. Let's get out of here. Let's get out of here. Oh, God, oh, God, oh, God. Oh, God, we're dead. And thus ends the Worgen people. Without Coldclaw, there would never again be anything, ever. The Gilneas would all die. There we go. Alright. We'll get back up. No, it's okay, Psychotic. It's okay. Thank you for the warning. A little slow. Yeah, he hits a little harder than I was expecting him to. Just reload. It's okay, guys. I have more determination. This is really off topic, but last night I was hanging out with some friends. I know, weird, right? But as I was hanging out with them, we were playing a game called Betrayal at the House on the Hill. It's a great game, by the way. I highly recommend it. It's a board game, tabletop. As we were playing it, we noticed we really needed some like atmospheric music for it. And so we started trying to find some, music that we could listen to and whatnot. And one of my friends just pulled out his phone and started playing Undertale music. Now, I found that hilarious for two reasons. Number one, it fits surprisingly well with the tone. But number two, nobody else at the table had played Undertale. And so he and I just started looking, and some of them wanted to. And so we had to just clamp our mouths shut, both of us, because we couldn't talk about the game. Because the two of us were the only ones who had actually played it. And so we're like, oh, so... And he's like, yeah, I just beat the game. And I'm like, oh, how? And that's literally all I said. I was just like, how? And he looks at me, and he gets it immediately. And he's like, rainbows was his response. And I'm like, awesome. Because, because I get it too. Anyways, I just thought I'd share that little tidbit. So you're probably wondering what the hell ends are. I'll never use the rope. Never! Come here. Come here! Together, we will make Gilneas great again! So, anyways, it's not actually that long if you play it in a certain way. Basically, you need to... We actually have come up with little things that streamline the process significantly. And that has actually helped a great deal in speeding up the gameplay. We played like 3 matches last night. Anyways. Absolutely. More so, actually, Toby. Because... that's it. Let's build another wall. Because... And I'll show you why. But really, the Horde being family was really driven home for me. Ironically, by Garrosh. Garrosh brought the Horde together more than anything else really ever has. We had Forsaken working alongside Blood Elves, working alongside Tauren, working alongside Janine, she's still awesome, working alongside Trolls. All of us were brought together by and unified by this, and we all started having more respect for each other, more strength with each other, greater bonds of camaraderie and fellowship. The Horde is actually more unified than they've ever been, thanks to Garrosh. Isn't that weird how that works? But it's the same thing that should have happened to the Horde and the Alliance several times. One big, clearly evil, unified, horrible threat made all these people and all their disagreements and all of their counter-agreements and all their problems and their drama and all of that was put aside for the sake of dealing with this big, horrible threat. And so the Horde was brought together. Even though we were weakened militarily and economically, and the Horde is still recovering, we are now more unified than we've ever been. And the Alliance, I can't actually say the same about, because there are people in the Alliance who are trying to break it apart, or trying to grab their own pieces of power within it. Moira! Oh, excuse me. I have actually answered that, Shyandra, but I'll go ahead and tell you. Top 5 playables in no particular order. Forsaken. Yes, right at the top there. Blood Elf. Night Elf. I'm going to go with Tauren. And now it's getting tricky. I think my next one would probably be Draenei. So there's the top 5, right? Bottom 5, Gnome. I've never actually made a gnome for real. Human. I suppose I'll go ahead and say Orc. I guess that's it. I can't really think of any other races I actively don't like playing as. So that's my bottom 3.
Make it quick.
We've got the horses. I'll just make sure Duskhaven gets them. Alright, Lorna. I gotta go rescue other people. Technically, I shouldn't have been taking this long. Oh yeah, I was gonna tell you guys what Ettins are. Okay, so Ettins. Humans are the worst, dude. Why would anyone want to play a human in anything? I play a human in real life and it sucks and I hate it. If I wanted to play a human, I'd go play Mass Effect. Because it actually works there.
I got a bad feeling.
Visitor? You staying for tea, sweetheart? Leave? Now? Oh, if I must, I must. Will you be a sweetheart and get something for me? I've lost my favorite book. I won't leave without it. You explain the gravity of the situation. She just shakes her head at you. Dear, just find the book, will you?
Good day.
Right, I'll go find your bloody book. Which race most aligns with my own personality? Forsaken! Did I seriously just ding while murlocking? By the way, new answer. Murloc! No, I don't know. That is how I met you, Janine, but you and I both know the only reason I made a human back in vanilla was because it was that or a dwarf. Because I was a paladin. So what do we got here? This book appears to be a racy romance novel. The cover reveals a pastoral scene involving a muscular blonde man and a young woman wearing a tight bodice. This is as good a time as any to read something. That's the only segue I'm probably ever going to get. So I hope you are strapped in, guys, for the most terrible thing in the world. So there's a book you can buy. Oh, here's hoping, Shyandra. There's this book is called Brazy's Black Book of Secrets. 20,000 gold you get from this thing, okay? We're going to start with this, and then it's going to get much worse. So, this book, I'm just going to read straight from it, okay? Breezy's book on tips on how to get together with the lovely ladies of Azeroth. First, the notes on the naughty Night Elves. Let's be honest, since the end of the Third War, Night Elves have heard it all. This is actually a gnome, so... In fact, they'd probably heard it before you or I was even born. If you want to engage the mind of a Night Elf girl, you're gonna have to stand out. Sure, we've all heard tales of the Night Elf lasses dancing on mailboxes and stripping to pay for lightsaber training. That totally was a thing back in vanilla, by the way, guys. True or not, if you want to light that lovely lady's lips up with a smile, you gotta be unique, memorable, and confident. Start off by showing you're looking for more than a gal with looks. Sure, she can bounce. Sure, she can dance. But can she hold a different conversation? Can she even understand the proper use of a semiflange? Does she know how to have a fun time? There's nothing worse than bringing a night elf to a party, only to watch her stand awkwardly by herself, breaking conversation only to lament the loss of her highborn sisters during the War of the Ancients. Breezy's document on how to date, on dwarven dates in Dune Marag, aka how to date dwarven women. How to date a dwarven woman. Step 1. Ask her to buy you a drink. Breezy's handbook on handling human honeys. There's nothing like wooing the heart of a human girl. Infinitely forgiving, endlessly caring, and fantastically fun. Human girls have been the downfall of countless heroes through the ages. See Chapter 3, Jaina Proudmoore and the Men Who Loved Her. We're up to 3 now, by the way. However, generation after generation has proven it takes something more than just money, looks, or an epic suit of armor to attract the woman of your dreams. Not even the power of gnomish invention can help you there. To truly charm the heart of another, you should possess these qualities. Be fun and friendly, be a challenge, and be a man. Step 1. Be fun and friendly. Ever had a party? Ever had a friend who shows up at your house and brings everybody down? Of course, everybody does. Does he get invited back to parties? Not unless he's bringing the ale. If you want to be an attractive person, live an attractive lifestyle. You'll find that more socializing with others, they will socialize with you. There's no faster way to ruin a girl's night than bringing that needy, apologetic vibe. Let it go. Embrace the fun. Step 2. Be a challenge. Too many gnomes these days walk with their heads slung low, shuffling along sadly from tavern to tavern, hopelessly holding on the limited belief that no human girl would ever want them. They rush into the tavern, shower her with compliments and free drinks, and then go home dejected. Well, let me be the first to tell you, friend, when you give yourself away so cheaply, you diminish the value of your unique and exquisite personality. You've been told by society you are not the prize. Women will never love you, and you must beg for love and attention. They are wrong. Don't give your affection away so freely. Instead, asking yourself, does she like me? Ask yourself, do I like her? Challenge her. Show her you're looking for a girl who offers more than a pretty face. If she can't keep up with your life, move on. If she's got something to offer, you may be at the start of a beautiful thing. Step 3. Be a man. Insert the song from Mulan here. I'm not going to sing it. I don't want to get hit by copyright. In an age where we've been banished from our homes, forced to fight for our very survival and face down horrors never before known to Azeroth, you would think the nature of manhood would be better understood. Sadly, the art of masculinity has been lost, washed away in the glitz and glamour of battle. However, not all is not lost. With practice and confidence, you can come back in touch with yourself. Once you've met the human girl of your dreams, she's shown herself to be worthy of your affections, take the lead. Show her that everything is beautiful about your world. Hold her hand. Develop a close, affectionate relationship. And show respect for herself, for you, and the world around you. Above all else, be responsible. Breezy's Guide to Getting Good with Gnomish Girls. Role-playing. Good role-playing skills are essential. No genius gnomish gal wants a giant boar. Regale her with tales of your future cross-continental adventures. You and me, babe, we're gonna fly across Kalimdor, etch our names in the side of Teldrassil, and spend the rest of our lives swinging from trees in Ungoro Crater. Storytelling. Share stories of your exciting new future together. The more implausible, the better. Nothing gets a gnomish girl excited like an ambitious plan. It also makes for great conversation starters. With our brilliant minds together, we could retake Gnomrigan. Why haven't we retaken Gnomrigan? Yeah, whatever. Doesn't matter. 5.3. Teasing. Teasing is the art of making fun of a woman in a humorous way. Be careful, it is too easy to go too far. Calling her a goblin-ganking gnat will leave you walking home wearing that green Gordok grog you just bought. Try something a bit more subtle. If she acts childish and refuses to stop jumping onto tables in the middle of the bar, try, I hear there's an opening for star entertainer at the Stormwind Orphanage. If she won't stop talking about herself playfully, try, where's your off switch? Important note, Gnomish girls do not have an off switch. Attempting to find it may result in the loss of life, limbs, or wallet. Draenei. Are your tastes more exotic? Do you desire someone a little out of this world? Are hooves your thing, but succubi are just a little bit too much for you? Read on, my friend. I had just arrived off the boat, as you missed, when I stopped a group of Draenei dames around the ripe young age of 230. They were laughing and having a great time. What luck! Still on the docks, and I had found exactly the type of fun, energetic Draenei women I wanted to meet on this trip. At first a bit anxious, I breathed deep and reminded myself, they too are here on Azeroth on vacation, looking to meet new people and have a great time. Sure enough, they were delighted to see one devilishly charming gnome such as myself in Oxidar. Turns out we even both stayed near the Vault of the Lights. We exchanged deep, penetrating gazes into each other's eyes, promising to meet again near Adal later that night. The next day I met another beautiful Draenei woman, and the gleam of her horns gave only the gentlest glimpse into her refined tastes. I asked why she was visiting the Exodar. When in shock, she told me she wasn't visiting. She lived here. The words I spoke to myself before returned to my mind. She is on vacation, looking to meet amazing people, have a great time. I had it all wrong. She wasn't on vacation at all. Then suddenly the grinding gears of my mind clicked. I'd been claiming to myself that they were so receptive because they were on vacation. What a nullish excuse. I'm a fun, interesting guy who any sensible-minded girl would love to group with, vacation or not. Now, when I meet Draenei girls, I remind myself of the simple truth. She too, is looking to meet people and have a great time. The following 497 pages of this consist entirely of oddly angled pictures taken from a Super Snapper FX 2000. So, oh my god, did they add new ones? Oh my god, they totally did. So, hang on just a second. Oh my god. They did. So, there's these items that have dropped since vanilla. They're gray items. They're only really useful for vendoring. They're called steamy romance novels. They apparently added something in Legion. In Legion, there's something you can make with an inscription called a steamy romance novel kit. And what it does is it actually generates a steamy romance novel. It's a toy. Wow. Hang on a second. Where's the... give me just a second. I gotta find something specific here. There it is. It's in Legion. And like I said, you make it with an inscription. So raise your inscription, guys. Ah, shoot. I was trying... Okay, so... I'm not actually sure of the exact order in which these books are supposed to be read. So we're going to do the best we can and just kind of guess at the... Guess at the order. Okay. So hang on. We found a list of the order. Okay, so the first one is a steamy romance novel. As Nani glided up, the grizzled warrior gave her a hard stare. I suppose you're here to collect the reward for killing those murlocs. Her eyes wandered down to the glowing broadsword at his side. Oh, that depends on what the reward is, Marcus. She twirled her hair playfully, pretending not to notice how he shifted uncomfortably in her presence. I may not want it. Marcus stepped towards her, bristling with a mixture of fear and anger. The reward is not negotiable! He paused for a moment while gathering his nerve and pressed himself against her diminutive form. Their lips met hotly, melting her frost armor spell in a torrent of sweltering vapor. So is there another step to this quest? She teased. This goes on for several hundred more pages without advancing the plot. Next one. Forbidden Love. Atusa crept silently through the massive underground tunnel, nervously looking over her shoulder in anticipation of the fast-moving tram. Where is he? She muttered angrily, stopping suddenly as something moved behind her. Her eyes narrowed dangerously as a dagger slid from its sheath. A husky voice echoed in the hollow chamber. I thought rogues liked to be behind their target. She spun quickly, driving her blade into a shield of impenetrable force, and I thought paladins were supposed to be chaste. Leaning forward, she counted out loud, the invisible bubble dissipating with an audible pop. 12 seconds? I know you have abilities that last longer than that. Bony fingers worked effortlessly beneath his armor, unlatching his breastplate and exposing him to the cold air. Oh, don't worry, my sweet Marcus. That's not a finishing move tonight. I'm just getting started. He wrapped his arms around what remained of her waist, forcing excited giggle as he nibbled at her vertebrae. Human paladin, Forsaken rogue. Next one. For Northern Exposure. They're getting longer, by the way, sorry. The tiny gnome peered over the railing into the secluded Lorerun courtyard. The view from the balcony is amazing. Oh, that's a gnome. The view from the balcony is amazing. You have to come see. Armor leg plates creaked as Marcus walked over, taking in a deep breath as he absently scratched his scruffy chin. The hero's welcome is no slouch, and there's something in the room that might interest you. Tavi bounded into the room, pausing only a moment before jumping onto the massive bed. She turned to gaze at Marcus with her huge, saucer-like eyes, narrowing them playfully and replacing her glowing smile with a diabolical grin. Interested in some more company? She purred. I can't do a female gnome voice. She purred as her hands weaved a complex summoning ritual, stopped only when she felt the warmth of a new presence behind her. All color drained from Marcus's face as he struggled to protest. I don't think that's appropriate. Confused, Tavi turned to see what was wrong. A hideous fellhound stood nearby, drooling onto the floor as it stared intently at the half-armored paladin. No, that's not what I meant, she stammered as she dispelled the hungry demon. I'm sorry, this is not really my specialization. She's not demo spec. Marcus took both her hands in his as he assured her, it's fine. What is your specialization? Her head snapped up, eyes renewed with renewed life, as shadowy energy channeled through her hands, and Marcus dropped to his knees in agony. Affliction, actually. Gritting his teeth, Marcus gestured as light flashed over him, restoring his strength. By the way, if you're paying attention, this is like the same guy in each of these. Marcus, a paladin, human paladin, with, like, all of these different things. Tavi stared anxiously as he rose to his full height, engulfing her in his shadow. He thrust his hand forward, sending a wave of righteous force through her. Her eyes rolled as she wavered for several seconds before regaining consciousness. I've recently taken the path of retribution. The remaining pages have a level 999 requirement to read. Steamy romance novel, Blue Moon. Tail swooshing and hips swaying, the curvy figure walked purposefully across the lake towards the man resting by the shore. Rising quickly as he approached, he appeared visibly happy in her presence. Blue arms flowed over his shoulders as a smooth tail coiled around his waist. Why must I travel so far to be meeting a man like you? Grinning wildly, he pushed her gently away, openly staring as the light caught her features. Up here, she exclaimed in playful anger. With a helpless shrug, he reached inside his pack and pulled out a small pouch. My wonderful Sula, I've brought you something. Confidence wrapped his words like a steel blanket. She plucked the tiny bag from his hands, excitedly pulling it open and revealing a citrine pendant. Oh, Marcus, you shouldn't have. Yes, it's Marcus again. The usual teasing was gone from his voice. Every facet lights the sky and my heart with your beautiful reflection. Her response, oh, no, I mean you really shouldn't have. I could have crafted something better by accident. For the first time, possibly ever, Marcus looked hurt. His shoulders slumped slightly, the cocky, ever-present grin missing from his handsome face. If you're missing the point here, by the way, when they added jewel crafting with the BC expansion, so Draenei, jewel crafters, one of the earliest, lowest level things you could make was the citrine amulet. It's really like a level 10 item you can make. Sula opened her mouth to speak, smiling warmly. A glowing rune appeared above her eyes. I don't think I can mend your feelings even with the gift of the Naru. Despite her statement, the words seemed to do the trick. Marcus smirked roguishly as he adjusted his leg plates. Well, you aren't the only gifted one. Silence penetrated the room with palpable force as the conversation shifted to the language shared by all races of Azeroth. Is that true? I guess it doesn't matter. Minutes became hours until their passionate dialogue was interrupted by lightning streak across the cloudless sky, thunderously slamming into the lake's surface and bathing them in steam. Is something wrong? Marcus asked. Oh no, Marcus, you're off to a great start. Oh, by the way, Draenei Shamans. The remaining pages have been destroyed by the elements. We're almost done. We got 4 more. The next one, I believe this is a Yep, this is the one that came out with Cataclysm. Big brass bombs. The tough little goblin walked purposefully to the engineering shop, raising her eyebrows a few times as she approached the shopkeeper. How's it going, Jack? Her voice seductively brushed his pointy ears with the rough texture of someone who inhaled too much motorcycle exhaust. The goblin called Jack looked up and grinned. Ravi, it's been going much better since you arrived. What can I do for you? Holding her elbow in one hand, Revi tapped her chin. I'm not really sure. You got any specials? Are you kidding? I got the best deals anywhere, Jack replied enthusiastically. I just got these this morning. All kind of colors. Red rockets, blue rockets, and some green rockets, too. Revi's disappointment was not missed by the expert shopkeeper, and he quickly upped the ante. There was a loud thud as Jack dropped something on the table. I call this the big one. It's goblin only. Very difficult to find. Nice, very nice, Revi said, sounding unconvinced. Okay, fine. I can see you're a goblin of superb taste. He looked around conspiratorially before carefully laying out a new item, buckling the table with an ominous creak. It's called the bigger one! Revi's eyes widened in surprise. Is it real? Feeling the advantage, Jack allowed himself to relax a bit. Putting his hands behind his head and leaning in his chair, he replied with lazily narrowed eyes. It's 100% goblin parts, baby. Natural resources. After a moment of hesitation, Revi reached out and gingerly stroked the smooth yellow surface. I'll take 2. Excellent. You like that, you might be interested in hardened adamantite tubes. They can enhance the effect. Revi nodded and looked excitedly behind Jack at something at the wall. What is that? Jack looked over his shoulder. Oh, those are for reviving dead people. She was intrigued. Can they be used on someone while they're still alive? Never wanting to miss a sale, Jack responded without missing a beat. Oh, sure, tell you what. You get all this stuff, I'll throw in a pair of mayhem protection goggles for half price. She pulled out a sack of coins that made Jack drool. Why not? Motorcycle sales have been good this year. As Jack tallied the total, he said, this must be a serious raid or something. She shrugged. Nah, I've got a blind date with some guy named Marcus tonight. Jack nodded. What about that guy from the motor club you was dating? He never put a ring on it. Girl's gotta have her priorities. The remaining pages require a super secret goblin decoder ring to read. Hot and Misty. Pandaria. I think. Yeah, you thought Marcus wasn't in that one. That one was also kind of tame until the very last bit there. Marcus galloped on his warhorse towards the remote building, bringing an almost imperceptible flash to one of the curvier guards as he passed. He dismounted and handed his reins to his ever-present stablemaster, placing one hand on her shoulder before speaking calmer. "Have you considered our last conversation?" Marcus asked, furrowing his brows in mock seriousness. Kama rolled her eyes, her Pandoran markings exaggerating the movement. "I doubt my life mate would think much of it." I'd still like to meet her someday. The taverns in the mists was unusually crowded, and he pushed his way through the crowd until he stood in the shadow of a dark corner. An exotic voice purred his name. "Marcus, it's good to see you again." Marcus smiled and squinted his eyes to adjust to the light. "Madame Goya, the pleasure is all mine." She dipped in a polite bow. Marcus, with sudden warmth, was reminded why the term bouncy was often used to describe the Pandaren. He bowed in kind, catching Madame Goya's hands and kissing it lightly, never shifting his gaze from the hulking bodyguard standing behind her, a single scar watching his eyes. So, I have a Pandaren voice, but it sounds weird to do a Pandaren voice for a female, but whatever. "So, Marcus, can I interest you in something special? I'm afraid the usual cannot be offered today." Marcus did not miss the emphasis on the usual, nor the deep regret that laced her words. Their eyes met once again, and she squeezed his hand before letting go. "If it is your will, may I see what you have to offer?" "Oh, there are several magnificent pieces of armor, a tiny companion, even an exotic mount." By the way, if you're not familiar with, Madame Goya is the one who runs the black market, so... Her typical playfulness, she answered, her typical playfulness quickly returning. She paused and held a hand to her chin, feigning thoughtfulness. "But my most valuable treasures are located upstairs." Marcus's eyebrows lifted comically as his eyes widened before his expression settled into gleeful acceptance. "Until we meet again, then." Her eyes fluttered, and Marcus found himself walking up the stairs of the strange tavern. Waiting in the room at the top were two beings of such beauty, he nearly stumbled in the final step. One had long, flowing hair, the color of the sunwell itself, and the other kept her ebon hair cropped short. After several long moments of wordless, lust-filled glances, a realization struck him. He was looking into the face of his enemies! He unleashed and sheathed the mighty sword, bathing the blood elves in its pulsating glow. The elf with radiant hair spoke first. "Goodness, it looks like someone's ready for battle." She placed her hand on the tip of the sword, lowering it with gentle pressures as she crossed in front of him, always keeping her head cocked in his direction. "Do you believe it's love in first sight? Or should I walk by again?" Marcus leaned in close, carefully pressing the hardened steel against her. He whispered something quietly in her ear and pulled away, eagerly searching her face for a reaction. No, I won't do that. But my sister will." The blonde giggled. The dark-haired one silently raised a single eyebrow, nodding and shrugging her delicate shoulders at the same time. With a subtle gesture, her body glowed with intense inner fire, priest, burning away what little clothing she wore. What is this, Witcher? As Marcus's muscular arms wrapped around her, she whispered something to him. A symbol, unseen by Marcus, momentarily appeared above his head, surrounding him in a white gold glow. "That feels amazing. What did you do?" "A fortitude, my lord. You will need it." It was then that he noticed she was literally levitating off of the ground, weightless in his arms. The remaining pages are shrouded in mist. Two more. This one's really, really short. A steamy romance novel, I'm in love with the robot. The pages are too heavily smudged with oil to read. Sorry, guys. Last one. This is the Warlords one. A trail of dust followed the once white stallion as he galloped through the garrison gates, stopping abruptly at the stables. Raven, stablemaster, rushed to the weary mountain rider. "Lord Marcus, let me help." Raven's strong, tanned arm took the rider's hand as his own, pulling him off in a quick, smooth motion. He did not immediately let go, staring in disbelief at the paladin's heavy, stained armor. Seeing the concern on the man's face, Marcus clasped his old shoulders and smiled warmly. "Fear not, my old friend. Only a little of it is my own. Raven hugged him fiercely. That's good to hear. Yes, I'm fine. The journey was long and often hard, but I've returned victorious, he exclaimed as he pulled a bulging sack from beneath his armor, placing it gingerly in Raven's rough, steady hands. The inquisitive stablemaster cusped the bag, squeezing gently to determine the contents without unwrapping. Don't be coy, you know what's in there. But I have something even better for you, Marcus said, with a knowing smile. Raven closed his eyes and held out his hands and spoke calmly. Give it to me, please. His arms flexed slightly as he felt something heavy, strangely warm and smooth along its length. Oh, this is familiar. Okay, I know this part. It's an enchanted sword! Raven released the glowing weapon from one hand, letting it swing in front of him. Marcus looked down and raised his eyebrows. I'm glad you like it. It's not the first you've held, right? Oh, never one like this. We need to work on that grip, though. It's too tight. Maybe you'd like some practice? Oh, I'll go tie up your horse. The remaining pages are not yet written. Appears to be a work in progress. So, apparently they have added one called Got Milk in Legion. Unfortunately, I don't have the actual... Oh my god, they've got another one! Oh my god! So they've got two new ones in Legion, but I don't have the actual text from either of them. One of them is called Got Milk. You could probably already guess what that one's about. The other one is called Waves of Desire. It's about a Naga. Okay, never mind. Apparently there's like 5 new ones. I'm still finding new ones. One is of night... hang on, just a sec. One of them is called Nightborn of the Living Dead. I think you can guess what that one's about. The next one's called Of Elven Bondage. Wow. That's, So I think that's the most steamy novels they've ever added. Of course, we can guess why. Because of the fact that they're adding that toy that allows us to write them. So I'm guessing those are the ones we get to get from writing them. Oh, there we go. So, anyways. Yeah, I actually like that Netherzeum. Who the hell is Lelouch? Who's Lelouch? Oh, he's apparently from Code Geass. Got it. Sure, Nicolas. Based on what you say, I'm going to go ahead and assume that's it. So anyways, I heard there's these Worgens and there's this game and... What's going on? Yeah, let's go ahead and turn in this steamy romance novel that kicked off all of this. You all have Grandma Wall to thank for the fact that I just read all of that.
Ain't you a chipper-looking one?
That's how goes it, dear. Will you be staying for tea? Oh, I think I'll read that later, Siwan, when we encounter the you-know-whats. Thank you, Coldclaw. I hope you didn't peek. Your manners, dear. Oh, what was it you wanted it? Oh, right, evacuation. I can't go out in public like this. Go get me good clothes. They're on the clothesline right outside. You struggle in vain to convince her that what she's wearing will do. You young people have no manners. Were you raised by ogres? Now go get my clothes, sweetie.
Farewell.
Okay. I'll go. Excuse me. Why are you scouting these clothes? You know what? I don't want to know. You're not quite sure, but this looks identical to what she was already wearing.
I got a bad feeling.
Did you find everything okay, dear? Oh, you're a peach. Thanks. Right. About the evacuation, dear. I just cannot leave without my cat. He's an adorable orange tabby. Chance's favorite spot to play is a broken-down cot near the arbor northeast of here. Bring him and we'll be on our way.
Keep your chin up, eh?
Okay. So, see if we can find her cat. Maybe we can find her fish. And her Royal Highness's matched luggage at this rate. Ah, gotcha, Nicholas. Yeah, that's kind of what I assumed. I'll be taking this cap. It seems to work as the perfect bait. Prepare to die now, fool. You don't rest with my kitty, you son of a mongrel. Blah, blah, blah. She's a Worgen. Him. Alright, hands up. How many of you were actually surprised by that? I really was. I mean, I assumed several of these characters were Worgen, but her being a Worgen just totally threw me.
What can I do for you?
You're such a charming young man. There he is, Grandma's special boy. Thank you so much for finding him. I hope it wasn't too much trouble. My, what manner of dirt found its way beneath my fingernails?
Long live Greymane.
The idea here, by the way, and this is actually kind of tragic when you think about it, is remember that in addition to the fact that you're constantly holding back the beast, so to speak, not everyone was fully capable of just withstanding the whole, the potion that changed them back to having their control over themselves. So the idea is that the reason she is addled in the head is not because she's old, it's because she didn't quite survive intact, being turned back into a human, being able to have control over herself again. I have no idea how to do a Ringo Starr voice. Like, literally, not a clue.
Hey there.
You here to give us a hand?
Have a good one.
Evacuations to say. Well, we had the same idea on our own after all these Forsaken started showing up. We were thinking of the water would be the safest way out of here. Fortunately, our boats didn't come in from the last earthquake unscathed. I need some additional supplies to finish my repairs. Wood, tar, and tools. Give me them from my brother so I can make it out of here in time.
Safe travels.
Yeah, like I could totally do a Liverpool accent. Those Forsaken ships sank way too close to our fishery. All the survivors are making their way here, and as you can see, we're a bit outnumbered. Help us hold them back while I make repairs to the boats.
See you around.
So, fun little factoid, by the way, guys. My sister makes fun of me constantly because it's generally considered, at least amongst people I've talked to and in voice acting, that the easiest accent to do is British, okay? Whether that's true or not is not relevant. I mention that, though, because I can't do a British accent. My British accents turn into Russian accents. Or Romanian accents, you know. I can't do British. And so she makes fun of me. She's like, say something in British. And I'm like, no. No, I can't do it. It just devolves into talking a little more like this. It does that. I hate it. I suck. So anyways, that's just... can't do it. It is true, there are several British accents. Just like there are several American accents, just like there are several Russian accents, just like there are several everything accents. Some people tend to forget that. But you know how that works. There's the default accent. Everyone knows the default accent. I don't even speak in a default American accent. American. This is kind of actually what a default American's accent kind of sounds like. It's actually really hard for me to do this because doing the vowels like this is actually kind of contradictory to how I normally prefer to do vowels. Not that I'm aware of, no, Zewan. That's great, Coldclaw. Should be able to repair these in no time.
Safe travels.
Excellent. Almost done here.
Have a good one.
Thanks for your help, Coldclaw. This ship's ready to sail. Now you go and tell Miss Armstead we're not going to be part of the land evacuation. Me Haywards have been men of the sea for generations. If we're going to leave our home, we'll do so by the sea.
See you around.
I'll go out by the sea, too. So, I don't think I... Okay. For those of you not aware, when I was first growing up, I tended to speak a little bit more kind of in this manner. It was based on mostly my father and my mother. Primarily my mother, who spoke in this manner. So this was what I grew up with, accent-wise. But I grew up in Southern California, and I was rather embarrassed by the garbage that I had to deal with, basically, for speaking like this. And so I learned over time to debase myself of it. They actually had lessons you could take. Go to school for that kind of thing so that I could learn to talk a little bit more like this over time. Then I moved from California to Colorado. Then I moved from Colorado to Kansas. And then I moved a couple more times. So long story short, to my knowledge, I don't have a default accent. I have kind of a blurred accent of several different types of accents that all kind of merge together. So I think that's probably the best answer I could give you for that one, because that's not actually a Californian accent. And it sure as hell is not a New Yorkan accent. It's not a Southern East Coast accent. It's not a Southern or a Deep Southern accent. It's not a Midwestern accent. So it's all over the place.
What's your story?
Just as well. Maybe the Haywoods will feel better than us. It's time for everyone to head to safety. That includes you, Coldclaw. Head to Greymane Manor. The others will be there shortly. Don't worry about me. I'll make sure everyone makes it out of here in one piece. Yes, even the Pharaohs. Once you get there, speak to Queen Greymane.
Watch your back.
Okay, let's go. Wait, the doors, the gates. Oh, okay, they opened. Whew. No, couple generations up is the one. Little Arch was an idiot who he is embarrassed about constantly. Little Arch was the one who told his teachers that his mother dealt in drugs. She was a pharmacist.
I run a stand-up business here.
Yeah. Little Arsh was the kid who was so embarrassed and so terrified about how he could... about bothering and interrupting others that he literally remembers still having night terrors and panic fits, because he was so afraid of being a bother to other people. Like, I actually had the problems where I couldn't eat in public for a while, because I was afraid that my chewing was so loud it was bothering the people nearby me. That's what Little Arsh was like. He was a moron. I'm glad he's gone.
Get gabbing or get going.
Coldclaw. I've heard much about you. I understand you were crucial in my family's survival during the outbreak in Gilneas City.
That's enough gabbing for me today.
You ought to speak to Gen. He's been locked up in his observatory ever since this ordeal started. I'm sure he's working on a plan for his people. He's a very stubborn individual.
Farewell.
I like the lighting effect there. That's really nice. Right. So you remember how I mentioned earlier that the Forsaken weren't really here solely under their own auspices?
My people have suffered so long. If only I could shoulder more of their burden.
I don't even know what that is, Wraith, and I'm not sure I want to. There you are, Coldclaw. I've been expecting you. I've got word you're covering. Wait, do you feel that?
Gilneas will prevail.
Look what's become of Duskhaven. Look what's become of the last safe place in Gilneas. Yep. So as you can see, our second geological phase change there. In lore, this actually happened just a few minutes after what we were doing. Holy crap! That's a bit of a problem. We're screwed.
For Gilneas.
We have no choice. We must move further inland. I don't like it one bit, but we're vulnerable here. Return to the stables. Let's get everyone on carriages and send them eastbound. Pray it's not too late. Also, notice the the airship here. I only point out that airship because, remember, as of Wrath, we had one airship. Both of us had one airship. I mention that because it kind of helps to emphasize how seriously Garrosh is taking this particular invasion. Death to the Gilneans. And to the Worgen! It's not really off topic, no guilt. I have no idea how long it takes a typical player to do that, though. Like, at all. Yeah, just remember that that Garrosh actually sent a frickin' airship here. Yeah, it is worth noting that is not a Zeppelin. That's a battleship. That's one of their we're here to fight things situations. So let's see. We've got a Watchman. We've got Gwen. We've got Krenin. Lorna Crowley is up there on top with her gun. Maria Allen's the one steering. Oh, no, it looks like I'm actually the one with the reins. That's actually really funny. Life to the dead. Wait, what? Well, I'm glad you're liking it, no guilt. I really don't know. I don't have a good... I would say, like, on the outside, it would probably take you a month to hit 90 at the current level. Because of the way they've improved the New World quests. Oh yeah, so, by the way, I never actually got to talk about Ettins. Fun fact, we don't 100% know what Ettins are. I mean, really, we don't. But, the most commonly stated explanation is that Ettins are, proto-ogres, but there's not really a lot of evidence actually in support of that, other than the general fact that they are giants and have two heads. I actually have a counter theory, and there's no evidence for this other than the nature of how Ettins are. So Ettins are relatively recent addition to Azeroth. That's first point. Second of all, they're large, malformed, very unintelligent beasts, basically, barely having the ability to even communicate. Point 2. And number 3, they're two-headed giants. Point 3. I think Ettins are failed artificial ogre mages. I think they're the ogre mages that the... Yeah, exactly. I think they're the ogre mages that Gul'dan was trying to make that failed. That screwed up. That had flaws and issues and all that fun stuff. That's my take on it. Like I said, those 3 points are the only bit of evidence I have for that. I've done a little digging on it, and there's nothing concrete to explain them.
For my people.
Thank you for stopping, Coldclaw. Our carriage got hit pretty badly. The one in front of us got it worse.
For Gilneas.
The ogres got 2 of our stagecoaches. This one, the one that fell into the marsh just north of here. I want you to head there and rescue any survivors you can, while we hatch a plan to deal with these ogres. See you around, Ezra. Have fun being a responsible adult. I got you. So, I know I've kind of beaten this point into the ground already, but this is kind of relevant. These are civilians. I believe they have at least one Nethrezim, yes. It's alright, Nicholas. Oh, ding. Where's a good ding? We'll do a ding right here. Ding right here. I would love to actually play a proper Ogre Magi. We do not know that to my knowledge, Little Billy. There's been no known cases of a Worgen mating, basically. So anyways, yeah, the point I was trying to make is, these are civilians holding their own. Now granted, these are just crocolisks, but still, think about that for a moment. This is a large crocolisk, which is trying to eat them alive, and they're armed with, like, shovels and sticks. And they're managing to hold their own against them. They still needed help, but the mere fact that they were able to do that just says a lot for the Gilnean people in general. Again, that whole tough, hardy, we'll take care of our own mentality thing going on there.
For my people.
I've done it again. Thank you, Coldclaw. You have my thanks. The Forsaken are right on our heels, and now those ogres are trying to flank us. They're servants of the Etten Koroth, the meanest, most destructive force in all of Gilneas. If we can bait Koroth into charging the Forsaken's forward force, we should be able to cover our retreat and buy some time. The only way this can work is if we make it through Koroth Furious. It won't be enough to just kill his minions. We need to swipe his most prized possession. A tiger-skinned banner. I would too, Nethrazim. I was one of the very few people, because I was an idiot, who when I saw the April Fools of playing an ogre, a two-headed ogre, I was like, oh, dude, that sounds awesome! And I was actually sad when I found out it was just an April Fool's joke. Yeah, that happens pretty often to me, Siwon. Telling you, other players, they just need to get out of my game. I mean, it's not like we don't know that can work, after all. Heroes of the Storm proved that can work. This way. No, that way. Yes and no, Arthas. I did a lore run of Warcraft 3 where I talked about the previous two. I will never do a lore run of Warcraft 1 and 2 because there's a very, 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 very little lore to talk about, given how much gameplay there is there. Who dares touch Koroth's banner? This is what an Etten looks like for those of you who have not played this game. You can kind of see the similarities here between the Etten and the two-headed ogre mage. You can kind of see why I see the, whoa, crap, I need to run. Why, the whole, oh crap, he dazed me. He dazed me! No! Ah, he dazed me! I wasn't ready for that. What was I saying? Why I say the similarities are there between him and the ogre magi, warped, twisted, etc. No, more dazing! Oh, why is daze a thing in this game? Hate daze! I've hated daze since vanilla. I don't know how they can make it. I mean, I've thought about how they can make it happen, but it would not be easy.
For Gilneas.
How'd it go, Coldclaw? You definitely got the Etten angry. I heard it myself. Let's hope this works.
For my
Just
people.
in time, friend. Here come the Forsaken.
For Gilneas.
Our carriage drivers were told to
You will come no further, Forsaken scum. By
Yep,
the war banner
player
of our
ruined it.
ancient Greymane clan, I expel you from our ancestral lands.
So, what's supposed to happen here is Liam does something actually kind of intelligent. He tosses out the Etten's banner, and they're like, "Ah, we will show you disdain, for we are the Forsaken." So they destroy the banner, and then the Etten is really, really pissed off about that and starts just smashing the Forsaken forces.
For my people.
Thanks, other players. I'm sorry. I swear I'll shut up about that the moment it stops ruining my experience. Our carriage drivers were told to regroup in the fishing towns of Stormglen. Our scouts report there might be shelter and supplies to be found there. Meet Gwen Armstead there. She'll be in charge of taking care of our people. You're welcome, Wraith. Secretly, I hate playing as rogues. No, I'm kidding. Well, I'm not kidding, but... Interesting. I love the jagged cliffs. Alright, we made it. Thank God. I remember doing this quest with Janine, like back when this was new. We were doing this as a group, too. It was fun.
Any friend of Greymane is a friend of mine.
It's good to see you made it, Coldclaw. Looks like almost everybody else dead. We're not going too bad for an emergency situation. Well, what do you know, Coldclaw? All this time in Stormglade's been left mostly intact. It's too bad the Forsaken are still working their way inland, but it'll make a fine place to rest our feet for a night or two. The other side of the town is overrun with spiders, so I've asked the villagers to stay away from there. Perhaps you'd like to lend a hand in clearing the spiders out? I'm certain our injured men and women will sleep more soundly if they know someone's keeping those 8-legged beasts at bay.
Keep your chin up, eh?
Hey, Lorna.
What is it?
I found a journal by a man named Bradshaw. Fortunately, it's missing many pages, especially toward the end. If you find enough of the pages, I might be able to piece together what happened to you after Curse broke out. Who knows? Maybe the people in this town found a way out. Maybe there's other survivors out there. Maybe my father's still alive. Look, I'm really sad to tell you this. Really. I really am. But I'm pretty sure I actually killed your father. Now, it wasn't, like, deliberate. It's not like I was like, ah, ha, ha, ha. I mean, there might have been maniacal laughing happening when I killed your father, but, yeah. Alright, we're going to wrap up this series of quests, and then I'm going to go lunch. So, yeah. Hide in the water. He tasted like chicken. No, look. I killed your father. Wait. Lorna, that's her name. Lorna. Sorry, I get so confused. So, I just like to apologize to the dozens of viewers I lost while I was reading the really bad, steamy romance novels. But I always intended to do that. I just needed to find a good point in time to do it during. And I figured after getting the particular book from the lady, that was the best segue I was ever going to get. So it's over with. We're never going to go back. Except there's one other book we could read. I'm not going to read it to you. I just want to tell you what it is. It's a zombie, as in the actual unit type of zombie. And, there's a banshee. It's a romance novel between a zombie and a banshee. I really don't feel like I need to add anything to that. But I will say this, the actual novelization, the actual writing, goes into a disturbing amount of detail of exactly what that involves with regards to the ichor and the bones and the rotting flesh and the loss of a hand in the middle of it. Anyways, with that fun note, I'll see you guys in a few minutes, probably like half an hour or something when I get back.